Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, November the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. Thank you, William. And see my screen. Okay, yeah, so the SPY, big pop here. Not as many people working. Market likes it. That's all we have to know. So, and of course, at 2 o'clock, we've got FOMC, and at 2:30, we've got the presser. So, should be some fireworks around then. Also, so what's happening? So the CLLS on the surface looks like really good news. They have received up to $245 million in a deal with AstraZeneca. I think they get 25 million in cash already. Anyway, you got to read through all this. So CLLS, nice huge pop, 165% pop through the 200-day moving average. And that is CLLS. There are a ton of earnings plays, guys. Let me get to, but I don't see the only other one that is not an earnings play that I saw moving. I'm sure there are others, but there are just so many earnings plays to talk about. CRSP, CRISPR had some news, FDA news. Plus, now they've given up. Let's see, they got up to what, $46, back down to 42, still up almost 9%. And also, Needham has put an analyst has put an $88 price share target. Okay, that's Needham. So almost double over double their current price. So let's take a look at some of these earnings plays. So I'm going to click. First thing I'm going to do is click on the earnings day column on the way up, and these are all anything that you see minus 0.25 or 0.25 is an earnings play today. So you can see this TGTX, nice gap up for it. TGTX. FTDR, another nice gap up, huge gap up for it. Not a lot of volume yet. That's the only issue. Not a lot of volume yet for FTDR, front door. Generac, GNRC, nice huge gap up for it with actually not a huge gap. I mean, 10%, it's big, but it's not huge, I guess. 61 million in the float. Peri, PERI, Israeli stock, nice gap up for it. More expensive stock, Wing. And then some cheap ones I don't care about. Caesar Palace, or CZR, Caesar's Entertainment, excuse me. Caesar, CZR. First Solar. I saw that SPWR is almost an all-time low, if not an all-time low, whereas First Solar had earnings and a little move up for it. Now, this is a cheap one, guys, that I'm hearing. I know some of you like to play the sub $1 stocks. MNPR on the move here. Monopar Therapeutics. So those are some of the ones on the way up. And now let's take a look at the ones on the way down. So we've got PayC, PAYC. Huge gap down, like huge, 38% down, $95. Wow, that's an earnings play. PAYC. SLAB, SLAB, Silicon Labs. Another huge gap down, 24% on earnings. I mean, look at these gap downs, man. And I know Real talked about this one, EXTR. Another huge gap down. It was at this level. The next low looking left is 1575. It was a little bit below that. If it can take out 1575 again, the next low underneath is 1467 for EXTR. That is on the weekly chart. Before I keep going, let's take a look at Sarepta, guys. Sarepta is above yesterday's high. I suggested maybe we take a look at it, keep looking at it today. It's up $1. See if it starts to keep filling in this void. The big down day yesterday, of course, but it had a nice recovery all day. That is SRPT. Not a lot of volume yet, of course. L, Estee Lauder. Another big gap down. Remember when this was doing really, really, really well? This is up in $280. I mean, it's not that long ago, guys. At the beginning of the year, this was $280. Estee Lauder, 106 now. Morning, AJ. Okay, you guys can hear me in YouTube. Good. And if there are any problems with the sound, just let me know. Most of you can probably hear me fine, but sometimes all I have to do is do a little sort of a reset within the trading room, and that usually fixes things up. So if you are having a problem with the sound, just let me know. MTZ, MTZ, another earnings play on the way down. Look at these moves. Wow. And my heart is heavy, guys. The goose. GOOS. Thank you, AJ. GOOS. Oops. The goose is an earnings play, and it is an all-time low now. Well, and this is in the pre-market, of course, but all-time low. Canada Goose. I guess I'm gonna. How many? I've got one, two, three, four. I think the Anderson household has about five coats from Canada Goose. Mm-hmm. You mentioned W. Now W obviously popped with the SPY. I had actually W. I was going to talk about W Wayfair. Um, this was originally an earnings play down. It was down to $35, and then I don't know with the SPY, but this was moving before the SPY, and then all of a sudden it just popped up and became positive. And now, so this is all over the place. Wayfair is all over the place. And as you're saying, yeah, unbelievable some of these moves. Yeah, Yum C is on my list. Yum C is on my list also. Where are you? There you are. Yum C is on my list. Another gap down on earnings. Aha, LAFW guys. This one is still looking strong. It's not an earnings play. The high yesterday was around $3. If it can take out $3, it's got room. Boy, I have to set an alert here. I have to set an alert at the high of yesterday because if it can take that out, and when you look left, it's got room to 4. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but this has been on a great run, a 4-day run, and now the 5th. Then AMD. So AMD is it is an earnings play. It's basically flat right now. I mentioned Sun Power. I don't know, is this an all-time low? Yeah, so Sun Power. So First Solar moving higher on earnings, but Sun Power, making another all-time low, SPWR on earnings. And Big Five earnings, another earnings play, Big Five. BGFV. This is sporting goods. gapping down on earnings. I actually took a look at DKS to see if it was, I don't think it's not earnings today, but see if there was any sympathy move. Yeah, bit of a sympathy move on Big Five moving down. Yeah, TGTX now over 10, guys. TGTX is an earnings play. Huge. Well, I don't know if it's going to take it out today, but you can see that, going forward, if it can take out this 11 or almost $12, I know that sounds crazy, but because then when you look left, $20 is the next high. And it is an earnings play, yes. All right, guys. Wow. Let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, TGTX, it keeps making new highs, guys, pre-market highs. I see Ford and GM have been upgraded by Barclays. And Stella, so all the anything to do with automotive being upgraded. Bikes, I guess they're all over. Okay, I'm just looking to see if there's what's the price target for GM here? Price target for GM is 37. Boy, the TGTX is just ripping here. Yes. So they've got a price target of 37. This is Barclays. I think you're right too. I actually did see another headline regarding TGTX. This is what you're talking about. Reported over 900. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But okay, but this is really to do with their earnings release. All right. Downgrades. Wow, guys. Holy smokes. I'll tell you. I've seen this is unbelievable. I'm going to tease you guys for a bit here. This is unbelievable. I'm looking at my list and it seemed pretty long. Goldman is yeah, with this that information that Real posted about the real estate stuff that's happening, ZI. Goldman is downgraded ZI down to 17. Oh man, let's take first of all, I just want to take a look at the ZI, see where it is. Okay, so it's way below 17. Fine. So here's my teas, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. As long as I've been doing this, I've never seen this before. And what's that? 9 analysts have downgraded PayC. 9 analysts have downgraded PAYC. So not only, I mean, it's an earnings play, but boy, they're just piling into this one. I've never seen that before. Not as many. I think the most I've ever seen is maybe 6, and there could be more. Remember, I'm just getting this from briefing.com. There could be many more. I get mine. So, question there in a YouTube room, upgrades and downgrades. I get it from briefing.com. Okay. You have to, if you go to briefing.com, they publish a list every morning. I mean, there are lots of other sites out there, but that's just what I've been using. So it's got nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. But briefing.com. Yeah. I've never seen that before. AC. So even though it's already down 39%. All right, let's take a look at now the market before the jobs report came out. The market was a little bit weak, but now we're in for a mildly positive open. So I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on do new docked channel bar and click on show more so I can get down to my sector status. So what we're seeing here, so these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy, 91% in green. That means that 91% of the stocks that make up XLE, excuse me, are up from yesterday's close. Okay, so yeah, as I said, we're in for a mildly positive open. So you can see, communications 50-50, tech 50-50. Not quite, but healthcare 50-50, retail 50-50. Nothing really other than energy is really ripping this morning. Doesn't mean it's going to rip once the market opens, of course, but some of them, if they end in F, if they're foreign, I don't put them in, okay? Because they usually don't trade. Sometimes they just don't trade on the US exchange, or if they do, it's not very much. So I don't do that. Try to get most of them in, but again, if they're foreign. All right. Now, the only thing really want to see, I just want to see XLE with respect to the 200-day moving average. Okay. So yesterday it closed on it and we're a little bit above it. So we're back to having 3 of the major sectors now above the 200-day moving average, with the market having a couple of decent days to start this week. So XLC still above the 200-day moving average. Can't see the 200-day. There it is right there, that rising, but it's starting to move away. And also XLK. Now, I haven't looked at the rest of them because they're all down below, but I just want to see, let's take a look at financials. I want to see if anything's getting close. Yeah, not really. But the SPY itself, let's take a look at the SPY itself after 2 days. Rallying of 2 days, there's the 200-day, 423, so still below. I didn't mention we guys. I know it's on my list. WeWork. So they're declaring bankruptcy. Or Chapter 11. I guess it's another Chapter 11. think I read that they had at the height they were valued what 70 odd billion dollar or 100 and something billion dollars. Let me just do a quick check. I know I saw that in my email that I get. It kind of gives me an idea about what's happening. They had a market cap of and not yeah, in 2019, a market cap of $47 billion. $47 billion. It's now 185 million. Even that's crazy, but $47 billion market cap. Well, you talk about a talk about a company. Well, again, there was a lot more to that, I guess, with the founder and all, but talk about a company that did not pick the not pick the right business to be in at the beginning of a pandemic. All right, guys. So I see that Bitcoin's having a little surge, and I'm sorry because I'm hearing the two, Riot and Mara, making a bit of a move here. Riot and Mara making a bit of a move. I really just can't get into these anymore. I mean, they're so choppy. But if you want to, how is Bitcoin doing? Let's take a look at BITO. So there's Bitcoin. Not Bitcoin exactly, I understand, but good enough for me. Look at this market. Holy smokes. Well, I guess they're not going to have to. Not that anybody was expecting they would raise rates at 2 o'clock, but I think this further cements it. So we're looking at a very choppy action in some of these. I see the EXTR has actually had a decent bounce. 1530, yeah, actually a huge bounce from 1530 all the way up to 1650, and a big bounce for EXTR earnings play. CLLS. Now, guys, I took this in the pre-market, okay? CLLS. Somebody asked the other day, can you take pre-market trades using our simulator or any? I mean, yes, you can take pre-market trades with your broker. I just wanted to show you, yes, you can do it with our simulator. You just have to go in a limit order. You cannot go in at market. Okay, so I just wanted to show that this was taken in the pre-market CLLS. And if I want to get out of it, give me a moment. You've got to go in. You know what? I think I'll just keep it. Keep it just to see what happens on the open, just out of curiosity. Wait a minute. Why can't I not? There we go. Yeah, I was just trying to get out of the trade, show you how you can do it. You have to go in limit. You have to pick kind of a price and go in. You can't go in at market. All right. Last thing I want to do, let's see, 9:25. I just want to do a quick look to see if there's anything else sneaking in here that may not be an earnings play. I mean, look at all these earnings plays right here, the gapping down on earnings. IRIX is not IRIX. I don't know what's going on with that one. I didn't talk about this Patty because it's a buyout. They're going to go public or private, I guess. So this is a buyout. Actually, they're agreeing to a buyout from rival United Petroleum. So I didn't talk about Patty, PATI. You can always tell a buyout, guys. Just look at the pre-market, and when you see something flatlining, you know that it's being at least a proposed buyout. Link to my scan, sure. Mary J, you asked a link to my scan. So when you click on my link, just scroll down until you'll see the middle section is my scan section. You'll see it. Just scroll down and you'll see my scan section, okay? Mitch is also an earnings play. I didn't see this one. This is just showing up, I guess. MTCH is an earnings play. Match Group earnings play. MTCH is an earnings play. Oh, Matt is just getting hit here now, guys. Match. Look at this market. Yeah, I mean, Pacey may not go down, but boy, I've not seen. Whoops, I'm not seeing that before. Many analysts piling in. I mean, it's down. It's down through. I mean, it's due for some kind of a bounce, I guess. I think a lot of these are why no YUMC is not bouncing. I thought maybe it was bouncing. So, but this is another earnings play. YUMC China. Okay, now look at that TGTX. Well, hopefully nobody chased that one. Look at the TGTX. Make a move from 11 to 10. All right, guys, we have about 30 seconds to the open, so I'm going to shut this down and get set for the open. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. So I see what Real was talking about with, yeah, TGTX above the, no, I have this one for some reason, MMYT. I've got a price alert on it, to take out yesterday's high, but there's no volume. Ooh, let me get rid of some of my hopefully this is not okay, keeping my fingers crossed. Okay. All right, GVP. Now, PSTV is an earnings play, but it's such a cheap one. I just didn't even bother with it. GVP. Let's take a look at GVP. This is not an earnings play. So EXTR, man, what a bounce. I mean, it was pretty bleak at the beginning. This is what a bounce. Match. Now it's too early for me, but match is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's just too early for me. I like to wait at least 15 minutes. I mean, look, but this is what I'm talking about. So if you're more aggressive than I am, 29.54, got down to 29.18 before a little bit of a bounce. This is on my 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, I mean, this is what can happen. I mean, again, I'm just very reluctant to take these so early. But 28.62, and I got down to like a dollar move down. CVS, is this an earnings play? CVS, yes. CVS is also an earnings play. So where could it go? Low down here is 64.62. So it's below that low, actually. Are you kidding me? TUP is an earnings play, such as it is. TUP, Tupperware. Now, TGTX has come right back up. KHC is earnings play. Kraft Heinz is an earnings play. Big level for it to try to take out is 32.37-ish. You can see that's a high looking left, another one looking left. If it can take that out, doesn't have a ton of room, but when I look left, not a ton of room to keep moving until it hits that next high after that. VFC from yesterday, guys. VFC from yesterday, earnings play continuing down. It's at yesterday's low. Yesterday's low was 1443, so it's right at yesterday's low now. VFC. PAYC. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, I mean that's so it's definitely having a nice pop. Yeah, the spread is about a dollar, 153, 154. Guys, keep an eye on LFIW, Life W, LIFW. It popped through three, and you can see that if it can maintain over three, it's a low float, so be careful as always with that float. 4.6 million in the float. The big deal about it is that when you look left on the daily chart, it's got room to almost $4. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying, when you look left, it does have room until it hits the next high, and that is Life W. It's early, but So with all that good news, wow, look at VFC now, guys. VFC, and you're right, it's an all-time low. VFC is an all-time low. Earnings play yesterday. Keep an eye. Wow, look at Sarepta now. I mean, it was a little bit wild, but look at Sarepta now. SRPT saying, keep an eye on this one. I mean, it's starting trying to fill this void. High yesterday was 68, so it's at 70 now. Trying to fill in this void. Okay, it pains me, but Canada Goose now, GOOS, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The pre-market low was down here at 940. If it takes out 10, it's going to have to take out 10 in a fairly big way. I'm going to stick an alert around 990, 992, and I may have to take a short on that one if it gets into that level. This is an all-time low now for Canada Goose, GOOS. Well, remember, Patty is a buyout, so I don't know if it's moving. Big O, so I don't know if it's moving at all, but yeah, so Patty's a buyout. Okay, just so you know. What a bounce for EXTR. Again, look how wild things can be in the first 15 minutes. Like I want to sit that out. Okay, LTHM is an earnings play, guys. LTHM. Again, look how wild, look how choppy these are. I mean, at one point this was pretty positive. When it was up to 1486, it's now gone negative. LTHM, but below that whole number, pre-market low was around 1370. Stick an alert down there. Okay, well, there it is now. It's at the pre-market, well, briefly. LTHM, you got down to the pre-market low. But again, it is early. It is early. All right, TGTX right back up. Right back up. Don't lose sight of this LIFW. I mean, I know it popped up to 20. Low float, 4.6 million. What do they even do? Healthcare recoveries and data analytics software. Okay. Wolf from yesterday, guys. Wolf earnings play yesterday. I think it's starting to show its true colors. Now, there's the goose, guys. Okay. Well, okay, it's still early though. I know I don't mind taking these early if it's a lifetime low, but it's still I want to see it really give up 10. Canada Goose, GOOS. VFC. Look at VFC, all-time low. Okay, Wolf now is below yesterday's low. Wolf is below yesterday's low. Yes, it had a nice pop on earnings, but remember, at this point, right down here, the day before, yesterday, this was an all-time low for Wolf. Okay, yeah, it had a nice earnings or reaction anyway to earnings, but remember, this was an all-time low just the day before. Look how choppy that TGTX is. Got right back up to 1143 and then drops a dollar just like that. Look at Sarepta. I mean, it's been a little bit choppy also, but it's back to 70 SRPT. Let's see, is sorry, AXTA, is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play, yes, AXTA, big gap up on earnings. Now, last time I looked at CVS, it was moving down, but now I think yeah, it's trying to recover a little bit here. CVS earnings play, another earnings play. Yeah, I mean, another bounce, got down to 64 something, up to 66 now. Well, I haven't even looked at any of these halts, guys. So Pixie, this must have been halted on the way down. No, wrong. Well, yes, it was halted on the way down. Then it resumed. I'm sorry, I guess it was halted on the way up, 664, popped up to 726. All right, PUYI, halted. What is it doing? Very low volume, probably. China stock. Wolf, guys, wolf, wolf, wolf. WOLF. Okay, I'm really watching Canada Goose here, guys. GOOS. I'm going to reset my alert for 988. I want to see it leave 10 behind in a big way, fairly big way. All right, guys, I'm getting set on this wolf here. I want to see as long as it holds underneath 32. And we're almost 15 minutes in. Watching wolf right here, guys. 3188, 3194 on the bid ask. I want to see if it really gives up 32. All right, I'm in it, guys. I'm in it. I'm in it. 32 gets me out. I'm talking about a short on wolf. 32 will get me out. Somebody's in Sedge. Can't remember if you're long. I think, oh, William, I think you went long probably, right? Look at Sarepta. I'm not in it, guys, but look at Sarepta, SRPT, challenging 71 now, not in it. Okay, guys, I've covered some of my wolf. Got into the 40s. Even though, I mean, 15 is my well, right back up. So I'm basically out of wolf now, okay? But I will take a look at it again if it gets back down to that 3150 mark. So even though, yeah, I mean, I wait 15 minutes, it doesn't mean after 15 everything is rosy. Everything is settled down, but meanwhile, VFC is yeah, another. So look at Goose. I mean, I'm glad I waited. I'm waiting to see if it can really break 10. See, right now it's not breaking 10. Oh, ENPH was an earnings play a couple of days ago, and now it is still sinking here, guys. ENPH energy. Let's take a look at energy just in general. I know energy in the pre-market, XLE was strong. Yeah, I mean it's not blowing away anything, but excuse me, FTDR. It's like it's weakening. It's weakening against the market also, against the market. Not a lot of volume. 10 times normal, but only 148,000 shares. This is an earnings play. You know what else is trying to come back here, guys, is Pets. Pets yesterday was an earnings play, got hammered down, but it is above, it's trying to get above yesterday's high. 703 is yesterday's high. Stick an alert there. What did it get to this morning? It got up to 704. Put an alert around, say, I don't know, 713 or so. Let it clear it and see if it can run a bit. It has a big void. Of course, it got hammered down in earnings yesterday. But let's see if it has any sort of recovery. Ooh. Hey, ALDX. Look at this market moving. Hey, we might get to the 200-day moving average today. ALDX on the move here. Yeah, 259 is the next high looking left. Boy, if it ever got through that. I can't remember what happened here. Obviously not, this is a bio, so was that some bad data or something? If that press release that CLLS had, pretty awesome, but it is just giving it up. I mean, it's still up 132%, but so if you're going to try to play a bounce on this, well, first of all, number one, oh, there are shares available. I could have sworn I looked earlier. I didn't see any shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Maybe I'm wrong there, but there are a lot of shares now, 300,000 shares. I was going to say you're looking for a bounce, but there's the VWAP 245. Maybe it gets back up to the VWAP, which is right around here. And then there's the 200-day moving average at 199. Maybe that holds it. Well, let's see. AJ, what country is it from? AJ is talking about a new IPO for today. Very low, 900,000 shares, $4. PAPL. You know what country it's from? We'll put that in. I'll put a price alert, $1. I'll put 1,000,004. For what? You know what country it's from? I could look it up. No, it's Canada. That's right. It may not be that great. I hate to say it like that, but it may not be that great. The last Canadian IPO that I saw was Brush, and it was terrible. Okay, guys. So it's interesting. CTLT, which is sort of linked with not sort of, was linked with SRPT. I guess they do the manufacturing for SRPT. So SRPT is moving higher, but CTLT is moving lower. That we do. Clean teeth, yes. And this market is just surging here, guys. On that job report at 5:30, 8:30 Eastern, sorry. Okay, ICPT is an earnings play. Excuse me. I guess it's a buyout too. Okay, it's an earnings play, but it's also a buyout, so who cares? Sorry. Fiber, excuse me, FIBR is an earnings play. Wow, look at this. So fiber. Now the problem is, looks like there's could be some support around 17. There, that's the next low. FYBR. So what I'm looking for, I'm just looking for stocks that have a lot of room to move one way or the other before it hits the next high or low on the daily chart, excuse me, or on the weekly chart. So I'm not seeing, that's why, fiber doesn't interest me. Boy, this guys, LIFW, keep an eye on it, real close eye on it. I mean, it's trying to hold three. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 312 right here. Okay, 312. It's trying to hold three. And again, when you look left, look at that room. $4 is the next high approximately. That is plenty of room on a percentage basis. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's all I'm looking for right now. Just something that has some room to keep moving. But again, it is a low float. So if you're going to take this trade, do not wander away from your computer, even for 5 seconds. No, no, no. I'm long gone wolf. Because you didn't hear me. Long gone. Not bad. 31.85 on the short, sort of an average out of about 31.50. I mean, not great, but okay. So what I'm going to do is just stick a price alert right around that alert price of 314, 312. That was the alert on the 10-day daily breakout. Maybe it happens later on in the day. Maybe it doesn't happen at all, but at least I'll have the price alert set. Triple N is an earnings play. Let's see what it's doing. Triple N is an earnings play. Ooh, this has got some room. 37.90. Well, not as much as I thought. 37.90 is the next high looking left. 37.33. I mean, it's 60 cents, but on a percentage basis, there's not a ton of room. But I see this is an AI play from us. 216 on the alert, 226. The big deal, of course, may not happen today, but we get through that 255 mark. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow and start to fill in this void. Will it rock them? Well, there'll be fireworks. I don't care. I mean, nobody is expecting them to raise rates, but even so, depends what they say. Of course, with the presser at 2:30, whatever is released, there will be action. Look at the SPY guys. Wow. I mean, what 422, right? 422 is the or so is the 200-day moving average, or is it 423 still? 423. So I'm going to put an alert up here. SSRM is an earnings play, guys. SSRM is an earnings play. Again, for me, too close to the whole number, number 113. And then when I look left, I see 1289, 1290. Just, there's areas where it could stall. This looks actually more ripe for a bounce. AGL has earnings coming up. Again, I look left, could be some support, not that far away. So this has got a little bit of room, guys. SMG, a little bit of room when you look left. 53.53-ish or so. So about $2 to the next high. And that is Scott's Miracle Grow. And it is an earnings play. Wow, not one stock. Let me make sure I've got haven't accidentally X'd out everything. No, not one stock showing up in the abnormal option activity yet. That's very rare. That is really, really rare. Time is it right now? Yeah, 10 o'clock. Wow. Normally we'll get some, certainly maybe about 10 or so by now. Boy, VFC, I did not take it. It was a little too early, but this is now, I mean, it's been a little bit choppy, but now again, all-time low. VFC showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Keep waiting to see if Goose takes out 10. Just as I speak. Give me a moment. Oh, guys, the ALDX, this is from our AI. Wow. I mean, this is the high now, high of the day. Boy, I mean, if it takes up this 260, look out. What's the float? 56 million in the float. So it's not low, not crazy high, but certainly not a low float, ALDX. Okay, guys, well, I'm in the Goose. I got a decent fill around 988, popped up a little bit. If it gets anywhere close to 10, I'm out. Took me a while. It was down more than 10%, so I didn't get an instant fill, but I held it there for a while. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so every time I hear the grunt, I know something's making another new low in this scan. So this is the 10-day daily breakdown. Grunt meaning this this is my sound alert that I put on here, just so you don't think I'm crazy. Actions, pig sound, which is a grunt. Anybody have info on ENGN? ENGN. I haven't seen that one, so let's take a look. It's a sub $1 stock somehow. I think it might be. Ah, no. Okay, so this looks like this was a SPAC that turned into ENGN. Can somebody confirm that? Because when I mean, this looks like it's a publicly traded launches of the public. Well, okay, I guess if I expand this out, should be able to see if this was a SPAC. Yeah. Okay. So this was a SPAC. So it's turned into this company now today, trading as ENGN today. So that's your information. Now it's not showing up on my halts because it's I think I have 20,000 minimum number of shares, but it is halted. Oh, you know what? There are not that many shares available. To short for Goose, only at Interactive Broker. That I did not realize that. Only 6.6, 6,600. I did not realize that. Not that it matters to me right now. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the CLLS. It may be poised for a bounce. I'm just looking at all these bottoming tails. All these bottoming tails. I mean, it's trying to bounce here a bit. I mean, it did have. I mean, you read the news; it looks pretty good. What are my thoughts on First Solar? Um, well, Solar has been horribly weak for a long time. I know First Solar had earnings, but yeah. If you had asked me before, I would have thought, okay. I mean, yeah, I had a little pop on earnings, but I mean, the solar market has been terrible. But what it's going to do now, I don't know. I mean, it's been too choppy. Up, down, up, down. Guys, I'm out of goose, and half of me says that's okay. Yeah, I don't like. It's just not wanting to. I'll put one more attempt at getting the goose short if it gets back down to the 980s later. I actually wish there were more shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Look at Sarepta, guys. Man, did not take it. And in the pre-market, keep an eye on this one. It was above yesterday's high for, a filling in of this gap. Look at it go, SRPT. Well, if somebody took it, great. Pets is kind of doing the same thing. I mean, it's completely unrelated, of course, but Pets hammered down on earnings yesterday, and it is trying to come back. Ah, just as I was talking about, no alerts in the scan in the abnormal option activity scanner. So here are some coming in. Well, I mean, it's got some room to 1629, the FYBR, some room. All right, now Goose is coming back. Okay, so a lit also showed. Is this an earnings play? Yes, it is. ALIT is an earnings play. Problem is, again, I look left, 745, 755-ish. For me, too much resistance, potential resistance on the way up. So I just can't take the trade. Look at the weekly chart. You can see stuff around 750. Okay, guys, fiber on the move down. Boy, I mean, if it can somehow take this out also, 627, then it's got some room down to 6. Because this was all this got nailed in that lead, that casing, the buried cable and all that with T and I think Verizon. Really don't even know what the outcome was. DGII, this is not an earnings play. What's the volume like? No, not great, 126,000. But look at this. Look at this. Like a lot of stocks, I guess, are going to look like this over the last couple of months. Wow, guys, to me, the unbelievable happened. LDAX now is at that high, and I mean, it's hard to believe it'll continue to try to fill in this void, but there's the high right there of 255, and it's above it and on the move. A great, great alert from our AI, 216, 258, almost 20%. I'm not in it. You're talking about the ALDX. I'm not in it. I'd love to say I was, but I'm not. I'm looking maybe if it can hold this area, maybe to get in it. Well, what I'm hoping for, it may not happen, is that it just rests here for a bit. Just maybe pops around between 255 and 260 for a bit, and then takes out this high again and really starts to fill in this void. It may not happen, of course, but it's not a low float, 56 million. It's not crazy low. Mentioned this SSRM just a little while ago, and wow, another earnings play. I mean, it's got a little bit of room. 1259 is the next low looking left on the daily. A little bit of room. I wish I had more. So that is what you call a very orderly drop. I mean, they have some pretty big red candles, but nothing green. Well, CLLS is still sort of a disappointment. I was hoping it might take out this area here and go on a run, but not even close. I mean, this is the okay, William, analyze. It will receive an upfront payment of 25 million, an initial equity investment of 80 million at $5 a share, so it's way above. This investment will give AstraZeneca roughly 22% of its share capital, 21% voting rights. Sign a memorandum so they can get another 140 million equity. But I mean, this is the key number. I mean, they're putting 80 million at $5 and an upfront of 25. Okay, guys, you know what's starting to move down now is EXTR, EXTR. I mean, it's been moving for a while, but remember, this is an earnings play, and it was hammered down on earnings and had a nice run, but it is an earnings play. And just looking at some of these, might be cheaper ones here. So pets is starting to move down. CTLT. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, CNDT, almost a lifetime low. NRG. Take a look at what it's doing. It's an earnings play. Wow. So not a lifetime high, but in the top, you can see 89%. So this is an earnings play, NRG. Good spread. 71.73. Aha, AMD over 100. I know Paradox, you were talking about this one earlier. Trying to get to 100. I noticed it did drop down a bit below 100, but over 100 earnings play, AMD. Has earnings tomorrow? You're right. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. 1.25. You're absolutely right. Sometimes I see this. They should have a different color. I've asked them, but they don't listen to me. Red should be either after hours yesterday or this morning, but like I say, they don't listen to me. Boy, there are a lot of bounces. I mean, look at the fiber. Look at the fiber bounce. FYBR. I was actually toying with shorting it. But look at this bounce. Okay, thank you, William, regarding the CLLS. Okay, maybe keep an eye on TGTX now. If it can take out, it can take out 10. This has been a really, in fact, I'm just gonna stick an alert around 10:07. Actually, 10:14 is the VWAP. So let's put an alert a little bit above the VWAP, say, I don't know, 10:20 or so, 10:22 above the VWAP. See if it takes the VWAP out. You said that Stephen, our YouTube room says that Waterford, WFRD, triggered the 90 something, 95. It was 95, wasn't it? All right. So I think this is officially, look at this, guys. We are approaching the 200-day moving average of the on the SPY now. 423 is the 200-day. Yeah. So I guess this officially has triggered now. This is the trade of the week. The trigger was 95. I think if it triggers by Wednesday, then it becomes a valid trade of the week. If it doesn't trigger by Wednesday, I don't think it counts. So Trimble is an earning. Ah, boy, this SSRM just kept moving down. I did not take it. SSRM. No, interest rates are not expected to go up. Oh, nobody is expecting them to raise interest rates today. The market soared because the jobs report came in lighter than expected. So less people working. Yay. I mean, I know it's crazy, but no, nobody is expecting them to raise rates today. Well, nobody. Boy, look at that bounce for fiber. Shoot. If let me put it this way, if interest rates are raised by, whatever, like a quarter, 25 basis points, all of this, you can just sort of flip it, and that's what would happen. Yeah, the market does not have an appetite for, SHC, guys, SHC. Let's take a look at this one. This is another earnings play. Kind of a one that flies under the radar. I don't like it. I just, I look left. I just see some blockage, maybe around 14-ish. Even Bausch, BHC. Is this an earnings play? This is an earnings play tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow pre-market, BHC. So keep an eye on TGTX. I'd say on a break of around, get up to about 1020. I think that clears the VWAP. And if it does that, I mean, this got up to 1150 or so in the opening candle. Yeah, 930. It got up to about 1150. So if we can get back over 1020, which is a break of the VWAP, I believe. Yeah, so give it maybe 1020. That's where I have an alert. See if that happens. The trend is still, mildly up. Boy, this is just getting creamed here. 1261, and then the next low is 1244. I did not take this one, unfortunately, the SSRM. So Yum C has, I guess this has not bounced. Yum C, China stock, earnings play. Well, okay, Todd, let's see. 244, so 231 is the VWAP. Wish you luck here. There's now Steve loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's that blue line you see here. So it's coming into it. Let's see if that holds. Yes, I use pre-market data. Yes, yes. this one just looks so ripe. But there's the VWAP, 243. So another one where I've put my alert right around the VWAP. This is CLLS. I mean, the trend is up, and it could get up to what, 270 or so in the pre-market. Actually, in the pre-market, I got up to about 280, 279 to be exact. Did it really? I didn't see it. I must not have saved the. Okay, guys, keep an eye on CLLS. So it did open, but I did not get the price alert. I must not have saved it. Oh, I put the wrong price alert in. 1289 for some reason instead of 1. Anyway, look though, it did not. You said at 4, right? So it's underneath 4. Yeah. Sorry, Canada. Okay, guys, CLLS. In 34 already. Just a little bit clear of that VWAP right now, CLLS. As I think it has earnings tomorrow, Denver. If yeah, I don't know if that's the reason why it's so active. You're talking about the BHC. I think it has earnings tomorrow. The answer is yes. So it has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. So I don't know if there's people thinking they're going to be reasonable or not. Okay, CLLS hanging right at the VWAP, guys. $243. Just a little bit of a battle at the VWAP for CLLS. Just waiting on it, guys. I'm having to concentrate on this. I want to see if it pops through the VWAP. Yeah, it doesn't. Well, I'll reset my alert here, but doesn't look good right now anyway. Boy, this is a lit, an ENLC. I'm sure it must be an earnings play. ENLC is an earnings play. ENLC. Again, oh, I saw that. That's right. I saw this one earlier. 1250 looks like it could be some resistance. All right, CLLS still hanging around the VWAP. SIA, CYA is now all-time low. CYA, no, it's an ETF, a simplified tail risk strategy. Don't know this one at all. It's an ETF, guys. Showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. All right, Mitch. Okay, so well, it's a dollar below the original alert. This I don't see any real support for it. Let's take a look at a monthly chart for MTCH. Boy, I don't see any support anytime soon for MTCH. This is an earnings play. All right, guys. Wow, 10:39 already. So I better go over some of the things you'll find on my homepage and also talk about the fast approaching test drive. Okay, I want to get rid of some of this. As long as I don't get out of the room. Okay, if you click on that test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts on Monday, November 6th through the 20th. That's 10 trading days. So it will cost you $11.11 to take part in the test drive. You'll have access to 10 full trading days with Trade Ideas, just as if you were a premium subscriber. The only thing you will not be able to do is, you know what? Oh, just give me one moment, please. Okay. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade. Okay. So if you're signing up because you want to do auto trade, don't do it. Don't sign up for the test drive. And that's the only reason you want to take it. There is no auto trading. Otherwise, you'll have access to the full premium service, including the AI alerts that you see that you'll just wait. And this is one today, not 216 for ALDX. It got up to about 260. So that right now it's up 13.8%. This mid short is 5%. A couple of nice ones so far for the AI, for our AI. Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? So you won't get live data until Monday. So please don't harass our support people asking them saying, "Hey, I just signed up, where's my data?" Now, you'll actually have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes on Friday, okay? So you'll be able to play around with the program Friday evening and Saturday and Sunday. Excuse me, I'm going to show you what you should do at a bare minimum to get prepared. Now, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. If you're a standard subscriber and you wanted to try our premium service, you can do so also for the $11.11. We only do this about 3 times a year. So great opportunity to try us out for 10 trading days. Now, understand it's 10 trading days as long as you can go from the 6th to the 20th. For instance, if you can only start on the 7th, you'll get 9 days, the 8th, 8 days, etc. Okay. So it's not 10 days from when you start. Again, just want to be upfront about that also. Okay. Now, you take the test drive and or my homepage link in. Ah, thank you. That's where we get that was the engine, the FRBN. Thank you. Okay, here's my homepage. So, a couple things. Now, this is not correct. The 25% is not valid anymore. You'd have to use Barry 15. Okay, I'm getting the gentleman to change my homepage. So it's actually Barry 15 to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Now, if you're taking the test drive or you're just taking out a subscription, here is what you should do. There's your download and install, a first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list alert windows. Okay. So it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. At least do that if you're going to take the test drive. Now, the other thing is, if you at some point decide you want to take out a subscription, please use the promo code. Again, it's Barry 15 right now. Please use that promo code. It really helps the room. This is a free room. It'll help to keep the room free. The more people who use my code to take out a subscription. Look at this market. 423 guys. Magnet. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It is free, of course. So I understand the trade of the week did trigger actually. WFRD is the trade of the week. I think the trigger was 95. WFRD, what it is now. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. The trigger was 95. You will get it before the market opens Monday morning, okay? It is free. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section right here. Again, our user guide. Here's that getting started again. Now, if you want more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window is, stock racing, price alerts. Now, again, if you're looking at this thinking, man, how can I possibly learn everything? You don't have to. It's like any other user guide. You don't have to learn absolutely everything, but at least know what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Okay, these are the two main things. Getting started again. So daily support. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Now, usually today's Wednesday. Usually it'll be Jamie, but Jamie's on vacation. Somebody else will come in. I don't know who it's going to be. It might be Chris. Again, I know he did Monday. I'll confirm who it's going to be. Last, you click on my alert or my home page and you want my scans. Here are my scans right here. That's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This is basically, this is showing the stocks that are gapping up and down in the pre-market. Over here, the halts resumes. This is the momentum scan right here. This is the abnormal option activity scan up here. And I do have another scan a couple of scans that I do share. You can't see them. They're just on another monitor, but the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. And I do have other scans I don't even have up and running, but you can take a look at them. Keep an eye on the TGTX, guys, getting closer and closer to 10. So another reason to save my homepage link, you'll have access to my scans. and that education section anytime you want. It is? Okay, thank you, Chris. So it'll be Chris again doing double duty this week. So it's not okay. So the question in our YouTube room was it an IPO? Sort of, but not really. It's one of those SPACs, blank check company that was. Somebody said it was FRBN until today, and then it started trading as ENGN in the pre-market. You can use so it's not a typical IPO. It's a SPAC, and then they merged with this ENGN. FRBN, the SPAC, has ceased to exist and now has become ENGN. No volume. No volume. Look at that volume. None. 28,000 shares. Well, a half blurred Chris is probably better than a non-blurred most people, right, Chris? How's that? Guys, TGTX, keep an eye on TGTX. Now, I don't look, I mean, I don't know if it's going to, just because it gets through the VWAP, doesn't mean, and if it does get through the VWAP, doesn't mean it's going to, rip higher, but there it is. I mean, it's right at the VWAP. You saw what happened with the CLLS though, it struggled to get through and it did, and then it dropped. So that's the whole idea of watching what a stock does around the VWAP. I'd like to see it clear it by, 10, 12 cents even. You're giving up a bit, but look what it did. It got up to 11.50. Boy, Mitch has been just an awesome one from the 10-day daily breakdown. It was a little too early for me to take, but 9:30, there was the alert 29.54, not quite a dollar and a half down on earnings, and I couldn't really see any support. Yeah, I want to see a clear break of this VWAP. It's not, it's, 10.11 is the VWAP for TGTX. I have an alert set around 10.22, so ah, see, guys. By the way, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And if you're new, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. Don't feel like you're interrupting me or anything. Okay, guys. Well, let's see if this one has any sort of move now for TGTX. Still, well, a trigger, but it came right back down underneath my trigger price. So I'm still holding off. I was all set to take it, and then it just dropped. I know, I always call it Mitch. Come on, TGTX, back up into that 10 into the 1020s and move. Funny you say that, Ori. I think of Toyota as being sort of the lost. I don't really see too many Toyotas advertised, at least where I am, and yet I think it's still the number one car maker, isn't it? It- I'm trying to scare it into moving. Yes, look at that. No, it's still really struggling to clear that VWAP. The occult, OCUL. Is this an earnings play? This is not an earnings play. It has earnings in 4 days. Look at, okay, match. I like calling it Mitch. Well, yeah, I mean, I just don't know if this target or TGTX. Wow. The VFC, another new low. Let's see, take a look at the volume for TGTX. I want to see, I mean, it's dried up. You know, you can kind of see, I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, 10, yeah, no, it's dried up, 10:56. So there's only has another 4 minutes in this one. And you can see the volume just isn't there, guys. Had a little bit of a volume pop the previous 15-minute candle, but the volume just isn't there. You're going to need some volume to really push this through. And when I say that, I'm not talking about the absolute volume. I'm talking about in relation to previous candles. I mean, that 187,000 seems pretty good, but it's just not in relation to previous candles. Now, listen, it might pop through that VWAP and really start to run, but I think we need volume. All right, PYCR. PYCR PYCR, this is not an earnings play. It's an all-time low. Showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. I don't know if this has got anything to do with probably nothing to do with pay but and that is PYCR all-time low showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. I wanted to wait for a 19 break. I've got it. So volume's okay. Half a million shares, 9 times normal. How's PayC doing? Ooh, how choppy is this? So yeah, I mean, earnings play still down 38%. Super, super choppy, but now really starting to give it up. We noticed in the pre-market when I talk about upgrades and downgrades, we had 9 analysts, and this is just from briefing.com. There could be others out there, but 9 analysts had downgraded this one. All right, guys, this PYCR. I mean, I don't know. Maybe people are confusing it. Paycor, Payc. Maybe they think there's some link to it or with it. Probably not, but close enough. Okay. All right, guys. I am in this one. I am in the PayC. I'm not the PayC, the PYCR. Okay, just waiting to see if we can get to the low 70s, maybe. I'm sort of in scalp mode now, guys, and because I mean this, I'm just not seeing other than the Mitch match, which I would have loved to have been in early. I'm just trying to see if there's anything that is a little bit of a nice trend. I know there's things out there, but of course, it's what I'm looking at. What I'm in, 1890 on the, waited for the break here. Had it in 1901. There was the break. So I waited for that break of 19. And it's an all-time low. I mean, that's the reason, guys. For me, it's an all-time low. So, okay. Now, is this it? So there's the TGTX again. We need volume. Ah, man, to me, there's just something wrong with this one. I've covered some of the. I just don't have any faith that these things are going to just really have the big move. So I've covered some of this PYCR for just a minor gain, 1880. Boy, this SSRM just continued down most of the day, except for this little pop up here. But most of the day, it is an earnings play. Maybe now coming into a bit of a support area, 1241 on the weekly chart. Okay, I'm all out of the PYCR. I mean, it just, yeah, I mean, I thought I was looking for a low into the low 70s, but it just didn't get there. Maybe later. So I will stick an alert, another alert. Actually, I have an alert. That was what I was hoping it would get down to, 1870-ish. Hmm. Okay, guys, TGTX. I mean, listen, the longer it bases here, at least around that 1020 mark, maybe that can be the launch pad. I forgot to watch Coco today. Coco had earnings yesterday and tried to big recovery actually. There's the all-time high up here at 33. So, I mean, it had drifted down badly from that all-time high from 33 down to 23, had earnings yesterday. And now, yeah, I mean, now it's got a chance to start really filling in this void. The next high looking left is 29.15. So, there's a dollar away from that. Okay, guys, let's see if TGTX has the move now. No, Michael, I went short PYCR, went short PYCR. Covered my position though. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So I'm in the TGTX now, and certainly if it gets anywhere close to the VWAP, I'm out. I just don't trust it, but we'll see what happens. I'd like to see a little more volume coming in, but yeah, it just isn't. Basically right where I pin 24. So if it gets anywhere close to that VWAP, I'm out. I'm in at 1024. So basically right where it is now. And I'm talking about the TGTX. Boy, this cocoa looks really, really interesting. Excuse me. Boy, look at these things just making new lows, new lows, new lows. Abnormal option activity scanner. What's the float in this TGTX? Yeah, I mean, it's 137 million in the float. Maybe that's the reason. Wow, all-time low again, VFC. So 1443 was the alert. So even though the market is moving higher, the two big ones were from MTCH and VFC from the 10-day daily breakdown. You can see there's the original alert. I guess this does not SSRM. Trying to see why. That's why. So in my 10-day daily breakdown, the relative volume has to be at least 8, and I can see that the SSRM is only 5.9, so that's why it's not showing up here. But these two right here, right at the beginning of the day, this one, not bad, PYCR. The Goose, again, not great, and I don't know this is too cheap. Okay, come on, move. Okay, it's pretty simple. The colors, if it's brown, that's a suggestion to go short, and if it's light blue, a suggestion to go long. That's it. Okay. I mean, that's the only explanation. After that, how you trade them is going to be up to you, of course, like anything else. These are just alerts. What I'm looking for here is abnormal, well, as it's called, abnormal option activity. So as an intraday trader, of course, I'm looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. The first way to find it, of course, is using the relative volume. So we want to see stocks that are trading abnormally volume wise. And then this helps also because it's showing us stocks that are yes, okay, finally, that are trading abnormally when it comes to option activity. So when you look at, as an example, VFC. So when you look at VFC, it has traded so far 2,900, or almost 23,000 contracts. That's 191% of normal. In other words, 1.9 times normal. So my minimum values in here, I have other filters in place, but the two relevant to options has to be at least 500 contracts and at least 1.5 times normal for it to be here. There are other filters in place. So coupled with, absolute volume, what it's doing, absolute volume and its option volume. When I see a stock, especially if I see a stock in the 10-day daily breakout, we're down and in the option activity, really pay attention. Okay. It means, it's a combination of really extraordinary volume plus extraordinary option volume. But how you trade it, of course, is up to you. But that is how it is color coded. So you can see, even though you can kind of see here, I mean, even though the volume, the relative volume for TGTX is huge, it's almost 30 times normal, 32 million shares, okay, has traded, 137 million in the float. That's 30 times normal up to this time of day, 11:16 p.m. Eastern time or AM Eastern time. But the auction volume is it if the only way it's going to show up here now, because the trigger is a new high for the day, it would have to get right up here. It may not happen because you can see that if I can get TGTX to show up again. Okay, you can see that while the option volume is 11,000, 11 and a half, 11,500 contracts, not bad. That's only 165% of normal. So it would just now be meeting the filter requirements here. Okay, just now. But the trigger is a new high for the day. So I wouldn't see it unless it get in here in the option activity scanner, unless it hit 1146, if all that makes sense. No, I've decided to take some off at the 1040 level, guys. I just don't trust this one. So a little bit of profit on it is and this meaning the TGTX. Okay, Frank, makes sense. Please make mention that Thinkorswim is switching over to Schwab on Monday, and TD Ameritrade needs to update login info. Okay. Okay, this is just color coded. I think have a minimum of I can't remember what it is. It's not really that relevant. I think over 25 or something. If the count is over 20, but as you can see, it's probably irrelevant. I wouldn't worry about it. Over 40. So yeah. So the count is the number of new highs or new lows, okay? But you can see that because it's trading so abnormally, most of the time it's going to, they're going to be rare. And then, well, there you go. ALIT at the beginning was only 25 new highs, 28, 27, 26, 31, 30. You can see how it's increasing. Yeah, I mean, I probably should get rid of it. It's not really that. So if you're talking about this shade of blue, don't worry about that. I mean, this is just going to be in dark blue if the count is over 40. I should probably get rid of it. It's not that relevant. Count meaning a new high. How many new highs has it made or how many new lows has it made? Well, again, brown, there are two strategies. Ooh, delete all strategies. No. Two strategies in here. Okay. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay. Color coded in light blue, moving lower with unusually strong options, color coded in brown. So again, a suggestion to short versus a suggestion to go long. Okay. And the use of a multi-strategy window, one that's called M, typically is used for people who don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you've only got one monitor. So what you can do is you can put a bunch of alert windows. These are just individual alert windows. So you can put a bunch of alert windows into one window, and it's called a multi-strategy window. What I do sometimes though is I'll group similar strategies into a multi-strategy window. Obviously, these are similar strategies using option activity, one on the way up, or sorry, one on the way down for brown, one on the way up for light blue. I don't trade options. And by the way, yeah, I don't trade options. All right. Well, I have some of the TGTX left, but it's really got to take out that 1040. I thought it was really took the move once it took out the VWAP a little bit better. Now the market is starting to drift a little bit down. We've got 45 minutes now, almost 45 minutes of a down motion, down movement. Wow, another one I missed. So the other thing I do, and I am sharing this, okay? I'm sharing the abnormal option activity and then the don't repeat version. So why I like to see this is that this tells me the first time the alert happened and the time and the price. Then I can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from there? So if I click on, SSRM, the alert was at 10:04 Eastern. The price was 12.94. Remember, this is a suggestion to short. Pretty awesome. 12.17 now. I'm looking at this ALGM, and I don't know how I missed this one. ALGM at 11:10, not that long ago, 13 minutes ago, 25.13. Before it pulled up, it got down to 24.67. So I like to have this so I can take a I can keep it. I sometimes I miss, I might miss an alert, and I can go to this window and say, okay, has it done anything from there? Look at the Mitch match, 28.60. This is even, you would call this kind of late compared to my 10-day daily breakdown, but even then, 28.60 on the potential short, 28.60 before it pulled up, but down to 27.80. And it's the same thing here in my 10-day daily breakouts and down, the don't repeat versions. So you can see that MTCH right at 9:30, way too early for me. But if you're a little less conservative than me, 29.54 was the alert. And of course, it got down to what, 27.84. So $2.50 down from that alert. $1.50 down from that alert. Sorry. Come on, TGTX, move. You're right. It does have a high short interest too. Short float interest, 27%. So 27% of that float is short. So a lot of people, of course, betting against it. So, this sort of a move is probably giving some of these people a little bit of angst. Again, what does that mean? It means 27% of that 137 million ish. Okay. Well, let's keep putting price alerts. Maybe this will get it rocking. Okay. Keep putting price alerts in, inducing it higher. So Frank, are we okay then regarding the what you're seeing here in the abnormal option activity scan? Are they doing it again? Didn't they already do that on Run? Are they reiterating? We will publish our I see. Okay. So they came out with a scathing report. Run came out and defended them, and now they are going to publish a rebuttal to the defense. Wow. I should probably get rid of this because it's sort of irrelevant. Discount color coordinating it here. Well, Dr. Q's got some room, guys. Drill quip has some room. The next high looking left, that was the high of yesterday, is almost 30. Sorry, 23. What's the volume? Volume isn't great. Okay, relative volume, 3.9 times normal, but it's only 138,000 shares. So So here is Steve's famous 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart for the SPY, that yellow line there. Let's see if that holds it. Steve loves that indicator, the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. So yeah, the ALDX is kind of holding nicely here. If it can take this high out again, I mean, it's got obviously a lot of room looking left at high, meaning, and I better reset my price alert. 255, but I think I want to have it clear the high of the day before I'll get interested in it. 263 is the high of the day. And it's all about looking left and look at all the room it's got. Pump, guys. Pump is an earnings play today. PUMP. Let's see what it's doing. Again, coming maybe into some support around 10-ish, a little less than 10 or a little above 10, maybe. Come on, TGTX, take out 1050. All right, guys, give me a moment to stay, stretch my legs. It'll struggle to get through that 1050 for the TGTX so far. By the way, this is not my typical trade, as you most of you know who've been following me. I usually like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, but I will, pay attention to the VWAP every now and then. Try to trade around the VWAP, see what happens. This is what happened here. The CLLS, that's why I was looking at it before. So, stocks that were really, really strong and volatile and moving, I'll watch to see if they pull back to a VWAP. Is it, guys? I know sometime in November. Is this the weekend for daylight savings to disappear back to back to? It is. Thank you, William. Okay. Fall back. Yay! An extra hour of sleep. So for those of you in Europe or South America where they don't do that, wasn't it in front of your Congress? I thought it actually passed. Oh, really? I didn't know you did it. I didn't know the European Union did that. Didn't your Congress sort of pass it last year? But still got to go through your Senate or something. I'm sure there must be places like Arizona. Arizona doesn't do it, right? Isn't Arizona one of the states that doesn't do daylight savings and all? Yeah, so they're like in Canada and Saskatchewan, okay? Saskatchewan doesn't, and so there is a town in Saskatchewan and Alberta called Lloydminster, right on the border, and it's so crazy. Because literally one half the town is in daylight savings and the other half isn't. And I'm sure there must be like border towns like that in Arizona. It's crazy though. Those of you who know Alberta and Saskatchewan, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, that's it for me and TGTX. Just a miserable one. Look at SRPT, guys. I was thinking of taking it just over 72. I have a thumbnail. That's why I'm noticing it. If you're wondering what scan is it showing up? It's not. I do have some thumbnail charts. One of them is the SRPT. Man, this has been a fast morning for me anyway. So you see how that 10 SMA, Steve's favorite indicator, right now, it's trying to hold the SPY, the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart, that yellow line right there. Aha. All right, guys, you might want to keep an eye on EXTR again for a bounce. I actually thought it might start giving it up, but it looks like, I thought it might start giving it up right there. I actually had a price alert down here, but it looks like it wants to kind of bounce a bit again. This is an earnings play that got up to what, 1894. CVS. Okay, you're talking CVS. CVS is an earnings play. CVS, is it positive? Not quite positive. I thought you said CVS is going, oh, was giving it up. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying it was going up. Yeah, CVS is giving it up with the market. You can see that CVS is basically following the market. It is an earnings play also, but it is following the market. Oh, it's going to be interesting at 2 o'clock. I mean, even though nobody expects interest rates to, it doesn't really matter. There's always stuff that can get said, especially at 2:30. So if you are in a stock that is kind of following the market, I would probably get out before 2 o'clock because you never know what's going to happen. Okay, guys, Wolf may be giving us a short. Yeah, a little late maybe. And look at it right at the VWAP though, 3274, right at the VWAP. Let's see what it does. Will the VWAP hold it? Oh, I'm ticked. Look at this SSRM. What an awesome alert. Not in it. So if you're new to trading, one of the challenges, of course, is maybe getting overwhelmed by, especially if you have trade ideas, and you feel you're getting overwhelmed by the number of alerts you get. So this is it, though. Really, forget the Momo. I mean, I have it here for a specific reason. But these are the alerts that we got from the normal options scan. Remember, I was wondering how come we're not getting any. I mean, with the first one was at, okay, just give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment. Okay. So these are the alerts we've had from the normal option scanner. I mean, it looks like this is full. It's full because this is the repeating version, remember, but this is it. I mean, not an overwhelming number. And this is it on the 10-day daily breakout. This is it on the 10-day daily breakdown. So not an overwhelming number. If I were new and you don't mind this style of trading in terms of looking for stocks that are, this is a momentum. I'm a momentum trader, but I also can look at the VWAP. So what happens here is at least this is identifying stocks that are really trading abnormally. And even if you're somebody who wants to play a pullback, you can still do it. You can just put price alerts. I mean, the whole idea is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And those two scans will certainly find stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, I have this here because sometimes, I'm not getting too many alerts, new alerts from my option activity or the breakout or down. So I try to keep things flowing. I do have this momentum scan here, which will, is very active. Come on, ADL, let's hold this level. I'm in it, guys. I'm just gotta watch it. There was my alert right here on that high. And it's all about the void, okay? All about this gap, void, whatever you want to call it, that potential fill. I mean, remember, for all the reasons this happened, probably still in effect, but look at the volume that came. I mean, look at the day that it dropped. Here's the volume, 21 million. Look at the volume today, 48 million. So I don't even know if there's news. Okay, that's after the company announced that it entered into an exclusive options agreement with Abby. So a big company, of course, AbbVie. Well, it's possible to load any layout as a TI channel, Suni, okay? Any layout, not just mine. I don't, but because I don't switch channels during the day at all. This is my layout that I've been using for years, but you can, if I click on new and then docked channel bar, you can have 5 channels, custom channels. I have one up here that changed from the open. So you can take a layout and you can put it up here, yes. Not just mine, but any channel. Any layout that you create, you can create a custom layout for or a custom channel for it. But as you notice, I do not switch channels at all during the day. No idea, Luca. Any notable changes? I really don't know. Isn't there a sort of a summation of what the changes are? I really don't know. Well, you cannot get my layout. I will create a layout for the test drive, but right now it's just a matter of taking what you want. Okay. I have them as individual scans. Okay, as individual scans. So not everybody wants everything from my layout. So that's why what I like to do it this way. You click on my homepage link and scroll down. You'll be out here. And then just scroll down and until you see the scan section. So you can pick and choose what you want. So what you see is the abnormal option activity right here. the momentum scan right here. You see the halts resumes right here, and my single stock window is somewhere. Okay, so this is what you see. This you're going to have to create yourself. I can't put it as part of a scan or a layout. And then the time frames, really up to you. The fact that I want to have a why do I have a 5-minute chart? I'm supposed to have a 15-minute chart. Just give me a moment. Oh, I know. I was showing something. So the fact that I want a 15 in a day and a weekly in this SPY chart doesn't necessarily mean that's what other people want. Okay. So, but here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Thank you, Pepe. No notable changes. Okay. No, I'll probably create a layout, a simple layout for the test drive. But again, understand most people, no, not everybody wants everything in my scan. You just do this, file, save the easiest way, file, save layout, or actually, sorry, the easiest way is file exit. It's going to ask you want to save your layout, yes or no. It's the easiest way. You should also save your layout to the cloud, and you can also save your layout to your computer. But the easiest way right off the bat is file exit, and it's going to say you want to save your layout, yes or no. And then when you load trade ideas again, your layout will load. Okay, yeah, sorry, Peter. Excuse me. Yeah, just uncheck. There's only the question in our YouTube room was how come the SPY doesn't move when I click on ALD? Well, that one. When I click on AROC as an example, AROC is showing up in these three time frames, but the SPY doesn't change. And that's because if I right click on a chart, go to properties, this pops up. Symbol linking is either checked or unchecked. So in the SPY chart is unchecked. Woo, guys, now keep an eye on the CLLS. Is it going to do it this time? There we are at the VWAP. Yeah, browser interface is it's what we call our HTML charts. For me, it seems to slow down my system, so I don't use them. Okay. And if I click on browser interface right now, there's a possibility that my system will freeze, so I don't. But there are some other, it just has a slightly different look. Okay. You can click on it. For you, I'm sure it will not. This is what in fact, here, on our home page. So these charts here are the HTML charts. I mean, there's not like a massive difference or anything, but these are the HTML charts, browser interface charts, if you will. Okay. Now that might be because you're using maybe that is a problem then, trader, using the HTML charts or the browser interface regarding your indicators. I think I've seen some emails like that, though I'm not 100% sure because I don't use the browser interface. So if you don't want that to happen, maybe uncheck the use browser interface. Chris, are you aware of all this? I think I've seen some emails come in. And by the way, Chris is going to be taking over pretty soon, so he may be able to answer your question better than I can, Trader Tim. It might be to do with the browser interface. So guys, I'm just going to put the announcement here. I'll be on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. Just waiting for Chris to show up. Okay. And here is the link to get into YouTube. This is for people in the main room. Pepe probably knows regarding the indicators turning on and off. I think it has something to do with the HTML, with the browser interface charts, I think. Chris, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to answer that though, okay? And he'll be there anytime now. Well, here's another one showing up, guys, in the, let's see, 4417. Another one. UNM showing up in the abnormal option activity. Probably, yeah. See, look at all these earnings plays. You guys ever heard of UNM? I mean, we've seen it every now and then, but this is why I love earnings season, because we get these ones that fly under the radar, down 10%. Through the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Pets maybe starting to make another run, guys. Pets. Looking at it again, it's one of my thumbnail charts, so maybe it's above yesterday's high still, of course. Not of course, but let's see what yesterday's high is. Yeah, 703, so it's still above yesterday's high. There he is. Doing double duty, Mr. Chris Varley, this week.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I was trying to get here as quickly as possible. However,
that's okay.
Buried in Brokerage Plus.
Oh, yes, Brokerage Plus.
Yes, my absolute favorite thing in the world.
Favorite option in trade ideas. Can you answer Trader Tim? I have a feeling I've seen some of the emails that you guys get regarding using our browser interface versus standard charts and indicators maybe turning on and off, something like that.
I don't mean indicators get messed up and removed when I turn it off. Yes, I can assist with that.
Okay, perfect. Okay, my friend, I will let you take over now, and we'll see you in about an hour.
All righty, sounds good to me. You enjoy that break, sir.
I will.
All right, so let's jump right into it with Trader Tim here. So what's going on is this here. We have the browser interface charts and the non-browser interface charts. They don't overlay things well. So things that you do on the non-browser won't transfer to the browser and vice versa, generally speaking. So for example, let's do this here. I've got that my daily chart is a browser one. If we look here, say I've got browser checked. My 5-minute chart here is non-browser. So if lines used to always superimpose, so if I went and draw a line on Tesla here at $200, all right, I've got that here. Now on my 3-minute chart, you're going to see it's superimposed on my 3-minute chart like that. But see, I didn't superimpose on my daily chart. If I click the browser interface off, now it's superposed on that daily chart. And it goes vice versa. If I draw a line here now using the drawing tool from the browser interface one, and sorry, I'm clicking the wrong thing. My apologies. There we go. Come on. There we go. You'll see here I've drawn it. I don't know. Let's put it up here at 229 or 230, whatever. That line does not superimpose onto the non-browser based charts like that. There. So that's what's going on. I'm surmise, without a whole lot of other context, I surmise that's what you got going on there. And please do let me know if that makes sense. If I'm touching, you likely have to set them for each one. You know what I mean? Set it for how it is in browser and how it's non-browser. Let me pull up a new chart here and see what happens if I go to browser interface. So are you saying that if you go from browser to non-browser right now, that that it changes your bars? Like let's look right now. Let me pull, I don't know, let me pull up. I don't know what the heck BT is. Tesla's as good a chart as any. If you right click the chart and you unselect it, that it changes the colors down here just based on that. And I know we just jumped right into this here, folks. So, you know, anybody with questions, I can attempt to field multiple questions, of course. So make sure you pop those in for me. And in the meantime, I'll wait for Tim's response on that last part there. Hopefully I'm making sense also. And we kind of just jumped right in running on this here. And the other thing I would say is this, Tim, if you want your volume bars to look a certain way, always, I would, you know, you can set up what's called the default setting in the chart. So every time you open the chart, it looks the same. This was an old default setting that I used to use 20 SMA and an 8 EMA on my intraday charts. I've since gotten rid of the 20 SMA. 8 EMA is still there. I use a VWAP now instead. What I did though is I set up, you know, so every time it opens a 5-minute chart. My volume bars look like these color scheme and these here. And I did that by going right click, save as default. Now, if I do this real quick, if I come in and I change my indicators, this is for anybody, of course. I remove, save, come back here and I add the VWAP, add that. Close. All right. Now if I go save as default and I go and open a new chart window, it opens exactly the same. Now it's Tesla on a 5-minute chart with those indicators there and like that. Okay. Dimensions are different. All right. All right. Good. Because if it was changing the color on the volume bars, then you'd have me stumped. And I wouldn't have an answer, and you and I would have to have I'd have you come to our live support chat on the homepage. Sorry, I'm having a complete brain fart here. All right. I think hopefully that covers, but if not, Tim, let me know. We keep going on it. I don't want to pass something and just have you be like, I guess it is what it is. I want to make sure, we're on the same page, we're understanding each other, and we're getting you the appropriate, proper answers, of course. So, all right. With that said, happy Wednesday, everybody. Fed Day, right? Everybody loves Fed Day now. Okay, height of the bars we're changing. That, yes, that's going to be related to the chart sizing and things like that. Nothing, I don't think there's anything that we can change in settings-wise or anything like that. That's just going to be how it is. I know exactly what you're saying, though. I think here you change the browser interface to non-browser interface. Yeah, like you can see here, it doesn't go back quite as far now. Like I can see into May here with the non-browser interface. And when I click browser interface, I can only go back into the end of June here, the middle end of June. So, all right, I think we got it. Excellent, excellent. Very good. Let's see here. What else? Sorry, just making sure I'm all caught up on a few things here. No Cabo for me. No Cabo for this guy. Maybe someday. This isn't it, though. Fortunately, unfortunately, which actually we're going to go with unfortunately. Who doesn't want to go to Cabo, right? Anywho, it's, it is what it is. Someone's got to hold down the fort while they're off enjoying themselves a little bit. They've been at it a lot longer than I have, right? So, that's that. All right. We're back in the saddle here. Sorry, just making sure I got things. Very good. Very good. Enjoy yourself. So, all right. With that said, as always, folks, open forum here. I don't have any pre-done content. I know we just kind of like dove right in with that there. As I always say, I think this is better when you folks are driving the content. As many of the questions you all pose, other ones will have similar, if not exactly the same questions. And again, as I always say, selfishly, this all makes me better at what I do by having that back and forth with you folks. So, with that said, I dive around a few things here. Silence that. We got ALDR here, kicking butt on my races. It was a Holly alert as well. And a pretty good size gap up. It's up 50+% on the day here. Was banging its head into this here. I got involved in a session where there's something going on with Brokerage Plus with someone, and I was stuck troubleshooting that. So I missed this here and make a major move through that 260. Well, all right. Yes, it did much more than I realized. So it was struggling with that 260 level, ended up popping through, and then started to struggle up here in that 270 and change level, come back down, nearly tagged 250, and kind of floundering around right now. Obviously, a huge level of interest is the top of that gap. I don't know, you're going to call it the top of the gap the body of the candle, you're going to call it the shadow of the candle. Either way, that 255 level is certainly a magnet, it looks like, for price, give or take a few cents there. See if it can't leave it behind sometime later today. I'm just going to continue to bump price alerts around on it and keep an eye on it because, that's what we do, right? That's what we do. I see you have Tesla chart up. Did I miss some comments on that? No, I had Tesla up just because I was using it as a proxy chart for something that I was doing in a different troubleshooting session with someone else, and it just happened to be the chart that I had up. That's all. I have no love or beef with Tesla. It's a stock like any other. Sometimes it's looking good, sometimes it's looking bad. Some people are making money on it, some people are losing money on it, and just how it goes with Tesla. I don't see PSTV in my platform display. I also see a different profit number. Okay, so first, I'm going to just call you JW for easy. Up here where it says filter, look in there and see if you have any filters on, all right? And make sure that none of them are checked, any losing, any profit, any, just losing trades, profitable trades, all short, all long. Make sure no check marks, that you have one of those checked because that's the losing trade, number one. Number two, you're seeing different profits here because you have a different setting than I do. And that setting comes from the following. If you go to tools, options, AI trade size, you'll see that I have it based on stop loss at $100. So I'm hypothetically risking $100 on every one of these based on Holly's stop price. That's why it would look different. Let me know if that makes sense. Let me know if I went too fast. If you need me to go back over something, if something did not make sense there, happy to make sure that you are on track with that. And of course, when you make any changes in there, you'd hit apply and then save. So like I could change that number right now. Like if I did shares per trade 1 and I hit apply and I hit save, watch how this is all going to change up here now. And now it's showing $1. I made $1 today, $1.50. I see it. Thanks. All right, perfect. Want to make sure that that's understood. And then just in case, for those of you that have decided you want to automate Holly, which if you ever talk to me, I am not a promoter of that, but all the same, this window here, the AI strategy trades window, has absolutely nothing to do with automation whatsoever. This is just, think of this as the alert window. That's it. This was an alert. The entry price is the alert price. It's not a fill price that you necessarily got, right? Last price is last price. That'll always be the same. And this may not line up with what you have set up as the actual trading instructions through Brokerage Plus. But I'm not going to dive down that rabbit hole unless it's really necessary, as I don't see any reason to, unless, of course, it's necessary. So, all right, perfect. That makes sense. Excellent, excellent. I love it when things make sense like that, and I love it when we're right on the same page. Makes everybody feel a little better, a little more efficient. Nobody likes feeling lost, especially me. A lot of times I get emails that come in and it's a question, but there's no context behind the question. Immediately I'm behind the 8 ball and lost on it. So I like that. TGTX, darn, man, I had a price alert set on that. Is the $11 trial over? No, it hasn't even started yet. It doesn't start till, technically, you will be able to log in with that on Friday. It should be Friday after the close. Although last time they did it Friday during the day. It's supposed to be Friday after the close. The technical start is actually next Monday, but it all has to do with live market data, essentially. And the exchanges hate us for some reason. It is what it is, but they give us a hard time about turning live data groups for trials on. And I'm not going to get into all the schematics of it, but essentially we're allowed to turn people on for the test drive Friday after the close. Again, it has to do with live market data. Although, like I said, the last one we turned them on Friday during the day sometime. We didn't receive any flack from the exchanges for it. So it is what it is. The idea behind it is that Monday is when we're technically allowed to turn you on by the exchanges. However, we can turn you on through the weekend because there's no live data on the weekend, right? So we want to give people like a quote unquote running start through the weekend into Monday. So I can still log in and get it with Barry's link. Yep, absolutely. Make sure, please use Barry's link for it. If you need, I can always, I can find Barry's link somewhere if I need to for you. But if you've got Barry's link for it, by all means, you could pre-register for it. And then once, give it, I'd say give it an hour, 45 minutes to an hour after the close on Friday. I mean, you could try Friday during the day. For all I know, that we might be able to sneak you in then. Like we did last time, but generally speaking, about 45 minutes to an hour after the close is when the script goes to flip all the test drivers on. If that all makes sense, let me know. I know I'm kind of talking fast and in circles a little bit here, so I feel like I'm trying to catch up here. Usually I get in and take over for Barry, or get into talking with Barry about 5, 6, 7 minutes before noon Eastern starts, and I knew I was already running a couple minutes behind, so I just kind of feel like this hurry up mentality, trying to get here on time to get Barry as much deserved break. So, all right, with all that said, I think we are clear on all those items. If not, again, please let me know. We'll get more clear. So back into the thought, TGTX, I had excuse my yawn, price alert here. I wanted to see it break 10. I knew that breaking 10 would put it close to that VWAP. I think the VWAP was up around 10.17 or 10.18 when I had set that price alert. It's at 10.15 now. Anyways, shot through it, made a decent move off of that. I don't know whether I would have traded it if I could have or not. Like I said, I was buried in the middle of something that was really had me stumped hardcore. SRRK killing me here, killing me. I had this the other day on a 10 break, and I said to myself, we should hold it, and I didn't, and I closed it. And anyways, I part of me wanted to swing trade this thing. I didn't. I was taking smaller share sizes. I've been in and out of it over the last several days. It is what it is. It's very not liquid stock, but I don't know. For some reason, I just really kind of felt while the market was getting smacked around and chopping like crazy, this didn't do that quite the same and made a nice lift off this bottoming formation here. And when I saw it clear above this area here on those days, and I went at 10, I said, gee, if it gets a close above 10, Chris, this thing's really got a chance to move a couple of bucks up. Did all the things that I believed. I didn't execute it. I got no excuse. I day traded it instead of swing trading it. I guess because it's been so choppy since the end of July, I've really kind of just not been swing trading. I guess that's the only excuse I can come up with. What was the PFE news on closing 2 facilities today? I have no idea what Pfizer's news was. I painstakingly avoid the news. Bring up the thing and bring up news. Take a look. So they had earnings. And Pfizer had earnings in the post market yesterday. So I would go with their earnings, or I think anything that Pfizer's doing is earnings based more than anything else. Still underperforms. Yeah, no, I'm going with the earnings transcript. When I'm on my cell, when I get home, I'll get it. All right, and I'm not sure what the self with the question mark is there, Brian, but I think all the rest makes sense. You'll get Barry's link when you get there, is what you were referencing. Does Jerome talk today? Yeah, I believe they're gonna say what they're doing, right? They're gonna raise, or they're not gonna raise, or they're gonna, I don't know what, whatever the Fed loves to do. They love to talk. I wish we could go back to the Fed of the 80s. Not that I think it was all that much better. Don't get me wrong. But my point being is, the Fed just does way too much talking. They should just simply say, this is what we're doing. And that's the end. not taking questions because we don't have to. And that should be it. It's really ridiculous what goes on. But anyways, as I like to say, the market we have, not necessarily the one that we want. Using the royal we, of course, some of you may love it. And if you do, good on you. Ain't nothing wrong with that. All right. I'm new. I assume new symbols appear in the alert window. Trade entry, or is there an indication that a trade is about to trigger? No, they happen live. There's no way to know. In theory, the way it works, and I surmise you're discussing Holly here, JW. In theory, the way this works is that it starts off, this is like an alert window essentially. And Holly's looking at the whole market, except then, we got the breakout long strategy. So there's alerts and filters inside the breakout long strategy that will cut out sections of the market that couldn't possibly alert. So for example, I have no idea what the price range in this, but let's just say for argument's sake, well, I wouldn't say arguments because we're not arguing. Let's say for discussion's sake that the price range is between $1 and $100. So that means for this strategy, nothing over $100. Holly's not looking at anything over $100. What the nuts, screws, and bolts are on the back end, I don't even know, to be honest. I have no access to what Holly's actually doing. The other part of this is this. Breakout long was originally a strategy that looked like ABC. It got fed into Holly, and then Holly has, I think we call it a hopper or something like that, where every single night Holly takes every one of the strategies that she has, back tests and optimize based on current market conditions and stuff like that. Just like the back tester works for alert windows. The difference is you and I have to press, right click, back test. Holly does this, I don't know, thousands of times. Is it 5,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times? I have no idea how many times it does it over the night. I suspect it varies from strategy to strategy based on a number of factors. And then Holly spits out the optimized version that looks the best the next day. And if that optimized version meets some other criteria, it gets deployed. If it doesn't get deployed. I think there's some like 60 base strategies in Holly or 40 base strategies. I don't know what the exact number is anymore. We could look in the Holly guide. Let me, as a matter of fact, drop you a Holly guide, right? That would be smart, Chris. Help this guy out. Help this girl out. Help this person out. Help this trader out. Holly guide. Sorry, just looking for what I want to give the link to you folks here. Copy. So there's that. And then let me bring over the Holly guide and just a quick rundown on it here. If we scroll down, you can find the strategies here. There's a how-to, all these little different items that are in here. So if you're curious, where the heck was the Holly strategies? We go ahead and click on that here, and that'll load. And it gives you a general synopsis of what the basis of the strategies are. So something like I just want to find this would be a good example. Little Big Guy and Mighty Mouse, right? So these ones, they have a specific amount of or specific price range they're going to look at. There's something in the back testing settings of this that say never touch the price setting on it, right? Versus the relative volume might change on that, or maybe a percent from close might change on it, or a position in range for the day filter might change on it. But the price is set in stone because it's supposed to be a strategy based on smaller price stocks. So each strategy may have some item in it that cannot be changed via the optimizer, essentially. So I think that's, more or less the short and skinny of that there. Let me know if that makes sense, if that's created other questions, if I didn't make sense, all these different things like that. BTAI, what are you doing? BTAI, trying to make a curl up here on that there. BCRX, I ain't seen that in a minute. I used to trade the stock a lot. Certainly not during this downtrend. All right, so they have earnings tomorrow morning. So probably a little action going on there because of the earnings. And again, JW, if what I said made sense or didn't make sense, just let me know so I make sure that we're getting you the proper information here and that we understand. So ALDX. Still floundering around that 255 level, give or take. And this would be one, like that one, as it could have a continuation into tomorrow, right? Certainly within the realm of possibilities here. And again, folks with questions, fire those away for me, please, please, please. Make sure that I, getting everybody the help that they so deservedly or require so deservedly. That's helpful. Excellent. All right. Good to know. Good to know. See this OCUL on the 10-day breakout. That's interesting. All right. Pretty darn liquid, it looks like. Climbing 2 days in a row. It's a hefty percent move just from today alone, let alone last couple of days. It's a tough one though, right? Because I mean, look, it's just down. So like, where do we draw some lines that might make sense of resistance? I think you got to go way back in time here. So something I would look at here personally would be around this level right here. And so that breakout of that level looks like it was a good level to pick, right? Now where's the next level? My eye kind of wants to almost go to this level in here, 350, give or take, I feel like. Yeah, So maybe it's starting to run into some here. You could argue maybe in the 375 level, which are also for sub $5 stocks at 25-cent increments can certainly be a factor without any question. Anyways, OCUL. The Holly comes with the trial. Yes, the only thing to piggyback on what Barry says all the time, the only thing that you will not have access to in the trial, the only thing is no auto trading. You cannot auto trade, period, in the trial. That's it. But yes, you'll have Holly access. What determines when a trade moves to long-term Holly? Is that at my discretion? No, it's a certain percent above. I don't know what the trigger is exactly, but a certain percent above the entry price. A certain amount of time and percent above the entry price is what triggers it to long-term Holly. I don't know the exact coding and format behind it, but it's essentially the idea behind it is the old adage, let your winners run. So that's essentially what it is right there. But that is more or less how it works from the behind the scenes of long-term Holly. What else do we got going on here? So IBRX, this thing had moved for several days in a row. Kind of a battle going on between the buyers and sellers, forming that Harami here. Yeah, it's a nice Harami candle going on right there. So it's also an inside day, meaning its price action is inside the price action of yesterday. Obviously, it's at a big inflection point here. If we go back, looking at this level in here, $3, it's finding it tough to really leave behind. We do have some declining volume here. We'll see how that all shakes out here in the not so distant future. Certainly worth watching. Anything else? So OCUL was also on this race here. BRY, I'd noticed it. I was going to click on that a minute ago, also from here. So, all right. We got a pretty sizable gap down. Had earnings in the pre-market and has really gone on to recover. I'm trying to fill that gap here. And before that, just give a scroll back real quick here. So like the rest of energy had made a move in the summer up, falling with the rest of energy overall, or getting choppy, I should say, down and up and down. like the rest of energy. And then I guess for whatever reason, the earnings reaction was negative. Big, long shadow down here, long bottoming shadow, and a recovery on that here. So that's interesting. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm going to set price alert for that here. See what happens if it can't get above that $8. What's energy doing overall? So let's see. There's USO on the day here. All right, so USO gapped up and gave it up for the most part. Still technically up on. It's up from the prior day's close, down from today's open. It's USO OHS Oil Services. Similar at flat on the day from the open, up still on the day from the close. XOP is going to be your oil and gas exploration. Chad, I see your question. Just give me one moment. Let me finish this thought, and we're going to hop right on that. So XOP looks very similar to that BRY chart. Looks very similar to that BRY chart. The difference going to be that on the daily chart looks more similar. Difference on the daily, the intraday chart here is it gapped up, then moved down below yesterday's close before a recovery here. So it's up on the close. Well, it's flat from the open. I'm lying. It's flat from the open, and which that BRY is trying to do. It's up from the prior day's close. So very interesting. Got a bit of a hanging man going on here, almost a doji. Need that. Need a little bigger top shadow, topping shadow for that to be a doji. That's why I would call him more of a hanging man. Chad, do you have a short list of the sector ETF symbols you can share, or can we access it somehow? Yeah, Chad. So if you go into, first off, I could just share a scan with you right away. I'll open it, I'll share it, then I'll open it so we can kind of go over the whole thing together. File, load from cloud. Sector CC, sector analysis, share, copy. Let's get that in here for you. Pasted it. All right, so that's this scan here that I'm bringing over. All right, and this comes from, if we go into the configure of the scan, if you want to add the symbols list to any other symbols list, or any other scan, you could. So if we go into add existing lists and we scroll down, look for sector analysis users guide. See sector analysis users guide here. Let me highlight that a little better. Well, that's not going to go well for me, huh? I can't click both at the same time. All right. There it is. If you scroll down here, you'll see sector analysis list, sector analysis users guide. If you were to click on that, and then you put a check mark into the box there, and you click only the following lists, you get that. You don't have to do that on the scan. That's all set up like that, but I'm just showing if you were wanting to use that list, or for anybody else that wants to use that list on another scan. And it's about 70 lists, 70 symbols in there, give or take. Set record count, set it at 75. So I think there's about 72 or 73 stocks, or 72, 73 ETFs in there. I just put it at 75 just to make sure it's slightly above, so we didn't run into any issues here. So interestingly enough, we've got home builders leading the way today in anticipation of ZFed, the Federal Reserve. That's interestingly enough, followed by our semiconductors. And for now, you know, a lot of these are going to look the same. Look, we got a top, we got a lower high, we got a lower set of highs here, right? We got a low, we got a lower low, we got a lower low, and we got a lower low. We can see for now that it's bracketed in a clear downtrend for the SMH. This thing could turn on a dime, just like any other thing could, you know what I mean? But anyways, you know, just there we go. If I wanted to sort sectors on a change in 20 days, how would I do that? Yeah, so we would right click, come into the configure of the scan, Now there's a few different sorts. There's a server sort, display sort, and a color sort. I'm going to go through, and I did not talk about pets. I have not talked about pets at all, Michael Anthony. I'm not even going to bring up that chart. The ticker symbol pets has not come across my brain at all today until you posted it right there. Anyways, back to the sort. So first is our server sort. So if we want to sort something on a server, we want 20 days, right? So I don't know if we have a change in 20 days. Ugh, sorry, I had something else going on. Change. Oh, we do have change in 20 days. All right, so change in 20 days. If I wanted it, we're going to go with discussion's sake here, 20-day percent. I highlight it. I go sort by. All right. And now I'm sorting by that when I press OK. And there it is. It's sorting by 20 days. But nothing changed here. And the reason why is this. This is just saying, let's say that the scan, I only want to take the 100 stocks that meet it, but 1,000 stocks meet it. The top 100 based on the sort would then come in, right? Then we have the display sort. And if we want that, we'd add the column, right? For the 20 days. Because right now we're only showing these and it's display sorting by the change from close percent. So I come into configure, I come to columns, and I go 20-day percent here because I've added it as the sort already. I could also add it as a column here. I could go change 20 change, and I could highlight it and I can go show column, right? And if I press OK, bang, that column is now in here. Let's just widen this out so we can see things a little better, right? And that column's there. Now we have the display sort in this, and I can double click it and it'll order it based on the 20 days, right? We have it like that. And last but not least, we have the color sort. If I right click it and I come to properties and I come to select colors, we can see it's color sorting based on the change from close. And I can go 20 change. And I select that. And now we can see a nice even color schematic going on for that as well. Let me know if that made sense, if I went too fast, if you need me to circle back on something, or if that opened up other questions, of course. And of course, that's for everybody. If anybody has questions on any of that. Yeah, I have no idea what Barry was talking about with pets. I try to listen to Barry as much as I can, but I could not listen to him at all today, unfortunately. Just couldn't listen to him today. Or I was listening earlier, and then around 10:45, I was no longer able to listen anymore. So you'll have to ask Barry when he comes back what he thinks about PETS, pets. Got it. All right. And of course, if there's anything, I am lagging behind a little, but overall understanding. All right. If there's any of one of those items, Chad, just let me know. I go right back over any one of those items. Or we just circle back in general. Why not? Just one more time real fast on the whole deal. So start with, there's three different sorts. There's our server sort. There is our display sort and our color sort, right? So the display sort is based on our columns and how we double click those columns. We could double click them one way or the other, essentially. So order top to bottom, bottom to top on the values, right? And if I want to add a column, I'll come into configure. I come into search. I find the filter column that I want. I highlight it. I press show column, press OK, and bang, that column is now part of the scan, right? Then we have the server sort. So for example, let's just say that, let's say I'm taking a real broad shot at the market here on something. So if I go, let's open a new top list. And I go, I want to see stocks that are at least just $1. They traded 1 million shares on the day. And they're up the most from the close, right? In percent. And that's it. I press OK. There's probably got to be 1,000 stocks that meet this, right? You know what I mean? There's got to be 1,000 stocks or more that have traded 1 million shares today. I guess I put 100,000, not a million. Sorry. That have traded 100,000 shares on the day. and are $1 or more. There's probably 2,000 stocks. Well, realistically, nobody can look at that many stocks, right? It wouldn't make any sense. What we have done is allowed for there to be 1,000. You could put up to 1,000 items in here, and that's the max. So right now, the scans, I'm telling the scan, find me all the stocks that meet that, and said, okay, I found them, but there's way more stocks. There's a lot of stocks in here. So it's going to bring in the top ones based on the change from close % right now. And that's the server sort. And saying, all right, we're doing that. Now I could change that, right? I could say, all right, find me stocks that are at least 1,000 traded 100,000 shares on the day, and they're priced at $1. And I could say, but I want them sorted on the ones that are up the most in the past 5 days, change from 5 days, right? And I press OK, and bang. Now it's bringing in those symbols, and that's in the set record count. So it's 100 I have it set at. And you could set this to a max of 1,000. So that's essentially what that is. What that is there for the server sort, so that we can get a workable number here on that. And then again, the color sort right now, I have it defaulted to do it by the change from close %, but we could change it to anything we wanted, of course, by just go ahead and selecting or searching and then selecting like that. So hopefully that made sense on the second time around there. Well, I think it made sense on the first time around. You were saying you were just, I went a little quick. So I'm hoping that filled in some of the holes that you might have had. And we'll just go ahead and close those out. We could always reopen those if we need. So, I haven't even looked at what the market's doing today. What is the market? What is the market doing? So the market gapped up, ran up. I knew it gapped up. That was all I remembered. Gapped up, ran up, rejected off of 422 essentially, back down under 420. And here we are. I'm kind of giving us a bit of a finger here. And again, anybody with questions, please, please, please make sure you fire those away for us. Me, the royal us, we, it, they, them. What else do we have going on right now? Got it. Saved it. Thank you. Perfect. Excellent. 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 Glad that worked out. And you can, and back to the symbols list part of all that, you can put as many lists as you want. Well, I don't know if it's many lists, but you could put a number of lists to be included or excluded from scan, right? So sometimes people have multiple lists, like I don't want this set of stocks, that set of stocks, that set of stocks on the list, or I want this set, and this set on the list, just like that. So all options for you in that regard, so that you can include or exclude from multiple sources. What was some other stuff I was looking at today? All right, well, we got a second here. Michael Anthony asking about pets. P-E-T-S, pets, pets, pets. That is not how you type pets, Chris. Not even close. Sorry, pets gap down. Obviously, earnings yesterday. Day before yesterday, I'm sorry. Monday, post-market Monday. I don't know. Looks like it's trying to recover. Struggling at the high of day yesterday. So gap down, recover, pull back, recover, and just stuck here. So I got nothing, it's got a gap that it could possibly fill, but that's it. Am I a Jets fan? I like the Jets. I'm not a sports guy anymore, quick side tangent, and then I'll, cut back into the proper stuff. All through the very late 80s, 88, let's say 1988 through 2003 or 4. I just love football in general. I'm from New York, and I knew I had what was called a football encyclopedia that I got. Actually, my dad got it, but I stole it from him in 1996, and I tried to memorize the whole thing. It was like every player's stats from, I don't know, sometime in 1940 something. I think it started all the way through to that point in 96 when it was printed. And then I don't know, it just kind of fell out. I just don't really do a whole lot with sports anymore. So I do like the Jets, and I especially had a big affinity for Chris Berman, who always said Jets, 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 Jets. So I guess that's where you're getting that from the PETS that I was doing. So it was a play on that, obviously. Yeah. I never like to see anybody get hurt in the sports world. I always want to see people do well. Try not to hate on anybody. I obviously have teams that I like less or more, but a discussion for outside of here. What else? All right, that BTAI still on the move here. We'll see what happens. Got a high day ahead of it here. Obviously not quite as much volume as those prior days. Looks like it's taking out yesterday's volume at this point, I would say. I want to do something real fast. There's so many things I never use in this whole thing. Let's duplicate period. And I think there's a volume yesterday filter and a percent. Let's search yesterday. Volume yesterday. Let's show it, and let's see volume yesterday. This only says that 42% of yesterday's volume. Or no, is that the prior day? I can't remember now how this all goes, because that would make more sense if that was 42% of that. I traded 4.2 million shares today. Traded 4.23 today, 4.22 yesterday. So that's got to be day before. Well, I know what we'll do. Let's go with nope, can't do that. Relating to its average, that's why. All right. So it's not what I thought it was. And for reference, I just used the help thing and came to here, and it says volume yesterday percent filter provides a quick snapshot of a stock's previous day's trading activities relative to its average given traded insight, blah, 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 blah. So anyways, not looking at yesterday like I thought it was. See, so much. There's so much in this darn platform. BTAI trying to make a run up on it. What was the high on the day here? What does that say? 478. All right. Very good. TGTX didn't have any follow through on it. It's really kind of started to come undone again, banging on that $10 level. Banging. What else? PIXY. I saw a whole lot of that earlier. And so gapped up, moved up for about 10 minutes, floundered around, and has come undone. And it's traded enough. Things got personality. That stock certainly has personality. Very interesting. And again, folks, don't be shy with those questions, please. Greatly appreciate it when they're popping in here. iPoint, EYPT, that's iPoint, right? Yeah, iPoint Pharmaceuticals. So earnings today before the market opened. So pre-market earnings gapped up, moved up. Thing isn't trading much. So I mean, only 400,000 or, encroaching on 500,000 shares traded. Seems like a logical place for it to get hung up right here. I'll bet if we draw a line right there and then we scroll back in time, we're going to find that price touched that line a few times in the past. Come on. Let's just do this for fun. Hey, look at that. Touch that line a whole bunch of times, no? Oh my goodness. It's almost like price has memory. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. All through here, all through here. I'm gonna get some more all through there. Came down and touched it here and here. And I touched that line a whole lots of times. So for you random walk fans, I present my case against you. iPoint chart. Anybody that's a random walk fan in here. Those that are interested, you do a quick web search of the random walk hypothesis regarding stock prices. All right. Anyways, there it is nonetheless. iPoint earnings play. Run itself into some resistance without any question. Chef, that's Chef's Warehouse. That's a big purveyor of food for restaurants. Chef's Warehouse, I'm very familiar with them from a previous lifetime of restaurants. So boy, this thing has gotten rocked. Wonder how much inflation may be playing a role on that. Boy, this thing is beat up because it just went nowhere for so long. Every time I thought, I traded it a few times back in 2020 and 2021. Every time you thought it was going to get rolling, it just didn't. But it's come down and busted right down. What a breakdown. What a big breakdown on that, no? So it also had earnings this morning and encroaching 600,000 shares on the day. So not a heavily traded stock. Are there any pre-made day trading scans using Fibonacci levels, shorting or extended? And no, there's nothing done pre-made on Fibonacci's. I've never really done much on Fibonacci's myself. I mean, we could let's mess around for a minute here, right? We got the fibs. So we've got these in here, and I'd always recommend when you're using these kinds of alerts to add the details on that. I'll show you what I mean in 1 second here. So let's go with the 38% sell signal. Let's add that alert. Let's start there. Let's give it a couple of metrics in here. There's ALDX setting off a price alert for those keeping score at home. Let's go with stocks that are $15 and above. And let's say they've traded 500K on shares. I want to get a good sample size, but not too much either at the same time. I know it's an oxymoron statement. Bear with me. Columns, type of alert, we'll know, so it's Fibonacci. Let's get the description and let's get the quality. I think that's all we'll need for this right here. And I'm going to show you why I want those. So bring that up. Here we go. And in the description, it tells us what the alerts are coming from. So Fibonacci sell signal, retrace 38.1966% from support back to resistance, started 2 hours, 30 minutes ago, so on and so forth. So let's just, actually, let's do this. Let's go into history because give us an arrow on some stuff. So YUMC, that's China, right? And so there we're getting the Fibonacci signal there on that. So Fibonacci signal, retrace 38 point, so on and so forth from support 41.51 back to resistance at 42.14, started 22 minutes. Now I believe there is a field in this here. So we could set an hours of trading field here. And essentially what that's going to do is where. See if that gives me what I want here. Nope, I don't want to bring that whole thing over. Yeah, this doesn't give. The part that I want here. All right, I'm going to share a link to something here. And it's to an old page. I'll have to inquire something with the powers. All right, so I'm going to bring up another page, and it's going to come from this link that I just shared here. So this was the old alert filter definition page. And on it, it has, so here's the alert types, and it goes into the description of those. But if we scroll down about halfway on the page, just maybe slightly more than halfway. Okay, yeah, slightly more than halfway. We have the alert specific filters. That's going to relate to this here. These fields here, all right? And so to get a snapshot of what it's doing, we'll scroll down and look for that alert icon. There's several of them that share it. So all these share the same things. And so this goes into what putting a value in that means. And that by giving it a value, it's essentially saying, you know, we don't want to see stuff that's just kind of happening or just the pattern just forming. We want to see some stuff that's got a little bit more time to it, as usually things that form over time have a bit more significance. Is that always the case? No, it's not always the case. But yeah. I'm gonna have to look deeper into the other help page to see if it shows this somewhere else. But so that's essentially what that does in there, so that we don't see patterns that have just started a few minutes ago, essentially. And so that support resistance, we're looking further back in time to try to get it versus, you know, nitpicking at every little stop along the way, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. So that's the short and skinny with the Fibonacci there. But again, on a lot of these alerts, you know, a new high obviously is very self-explanatory. You're not going to want the description here. Now, this quality relates to that field that I was just showing as well. So that quality field relates to this here. That hours of trading. So if I went and I stuck a 6 in there, for example, right? And we go to history, you're going to see all these are above 6 on that quality. Excellent, excellent. Now, interestingly enough, I find Fibonacci sequences and the golden ratio and those things like that beyond fascinating, and how we see them play out just over and over again. 0% there's any coincidence in that stuff.
So then why don't you use it?
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. I don't have an excuse.
I don't use it, but now you're saying it's beyond.
But like, you know, what I find it fascinating is that, you know, you look at the way flowers grow, or the bees do a, you know, honeycomb,
seashells,
ice crystals, seashells. Yeah. You know, you just literally everywhere. I don't know, but I don't have an excuse. Price and volume. Okay. Price and volume dominate everything.
We're simple. Well, we are simple people, Chris. I like to keep it simple, and but I know, like Real in the room, he uses fibs all the time.
Yep.
Finds it very very helpful. But I just find if I had to, it would just confuse me more, and
Yes.
I'd have to probably. There's, I think he has to draw them. I don't think it's automatic, so that means you
Right.
have to go and draw them. I mean, there is a. I know there are programs out there that will draw them
Mhm.
automatically, but I think he actually goes and draws them, and so with all the stocks I look at, I mean, I don't know. I'd be
Yeah.
trying to draw fibs all day long.
I'm 100% with you. I don't like stuff on my charts, as you can obviously
Hmm.
say.
Yeah. Anyway,
So,
listen. Now, you're not in tomorrow? Andy will take over tomorrow, and then Steve will be back for Friday. Is that correct?
that was his claim.
Okay,
So, I mean, if they need me to do it tomorrow, obviously I'm here.
sure.
You know, all the rest of the stuff will have to stack up, and everybody that's waiting on me will have to wait. I can see the emails piling up now.
I can suggest what you can say to them all.
A lot of stuff. A
Okay, Chris.
lot of
Thanks a
stuff.
lot again.
Yes.
Seriously, thanks for spelling me, and always
No, no,
appreciate it.
please. Always happy to do it. Happy to do it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
hopefully everybody had a good session here. And I will let you get back into both rooms, my good sir.
All right. I am now back. Yes.
All right. Take care, everybody. We'll see you on the next one. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye bye. Okay, guys. I am now back in both rooms. Just I want to just talk a little bit about what you guys were talking about in the main room. So, Josh, I have a feeling it wasn't Michael Noss. I don't think it was Michael Noss. I think you're talking about Dave Mabe. Dave Mabe at Trade Ideas. Okay, not you don't often see him, but he does write articles, and I think he wrote some kind of an article saying trying to prove statistically that it was better to keep your trade all the way instead of piecemealing it out along the way. I think he wrote an article on that. I don't think it was Dave Mabe. I'm sorry. I don't think it was Michael Noss, unless he decided to adopt that too. Dave Mabe definitely wrote an article, and that's years ago. Years ago. Yeah, thank you, Chris. I don't think Michael ascribes to that. I know I certainly don't. I mean, Dave can tell me all the stats, and it may look, he's a statistically minded guy, of course. But I will always take. Maybe if you're trading things that are not as jumpy as a lot of the stuff that we trade here, but there's no way I'm not going to, if I get into something that's a low float and all of a sudden it takes a big pop up, I'm taking some off because I think it come right down immediately. Yeah. Okay, Marius. Yes. You got to build your layout first. Yes. Build the layout first, and then you can add it to your channel if you want, to the channel bar if you want. Yes. Yeah. A lot of this is in the guide. Well, you build your channel, you build your layout, and then have your scans where you want them. When you say pop up in one place, I mean, you build your layout. Like here's a layout, right? Here, if I wanted to build a layout, I'm talking to Marius in our YouTube room. So if I wanted to create a layout like this, as you see, so I could create a layout, and then when I save it to the channel, and then when I click on it, this is what's going to pop up side by side, all my scans. Okay, really quickly, sure. So you build your layout, okay, and then go to the dot channel bar, and then at the top here it says new channel. I'm pretty sure all this is in the guide, but then you right click and it says edit custom channels. You can have 5 of them. Okay, you can have five of your own channels. So you edit custom channels, and where it says add a channel, you click on add a channel, and this is select from cloud. That's why I'm saying create your layout and then you can select it from the cloud, whatever that layout is. Okay. And then select it. And then the string will come here. You say, okay. Before that, I think give it a name, you know, you can call it whatever a net layout name you want, and then say okay, and then it'll be added. Okay. Most people don't do this, Marius. I mean, I'm just going to tell you, I don't really, I've got one up here, but I mean, I don't think most people create custom channels. The reason why is for me anyway, as you notice, I don't change channels at all during the day. Okay. So I don't, have you gone through our, let me just see here. Give me a moment. So in the user guide, layouts and scans. Okay. Here it is. I'm pretty sure if you clicked on that in the user guide, it's going to tell you, but just very quickly, assuming you've got assuming you have your alert windows and your charts and everything else that you want. Now you want to create a scan out of it. Use file, save or share to cloud. Okay, save or share to cloud. And then click on entire layout, give it a name, Marius's layout, whatever, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. Okay. Got to go to the doc, go to the doc section, Marius. Okay. There we have the doc session or the doc right there, docking. Again, very quickly. Very quickly. I mean, if I wanted to create a new channel, doc channel, so I click on doc or doc window. So I click on from our toolbar, click on new and then docked window. Give it a name. I'm going to call it test. Usually I started off with doc because I can do a search on all my docked windows, but I'll just call it test. Okay. So here's a window called test. If I wanted to put the abnormal option activity in here, I just right click, duplicate into test. So now it's here. If I want to put this window in here, the alert window, right click, duplicate into test. So now here they are. Okay, now all you have to do is grab, and when this icon comes up, now I think what's happening to get it free floating, I think I know what you're doing. It's just a matter of making sure you grab on the header and wait for that icon to show up. It's a little tricky. Most people don't dock. Okay, I'll just tell you that right now. But this is how you can arrange where you want. Okay, you just have to, sorry, you just have to grab. And then if you want it to the right or top, left or right, I mean, that's why these little arrows are here. Okay. And I think that's what happens is sometimes you don't grab on the actual header itself. You grab here and that creates a free floating window. Not the end of the world. You just click on it and then wait for that icon to show up again. And then, okay, so I think that's what's happening. You've got to grab here on the name of it. And then even if you don't grab on the name of it, I think what happens is that people like you release it and now it's free floating. Yeah, that's more to the point. So just grab it again, left click on it again, wait for the icon to show up. Okay. Yeah, just grab the header and don't release it. Like so, I've grabbed it with my mouse. I've left clicked. I don't release it until I see this icon show up. Okay. If I release it before the icon shows up, like right here, it's going to free float again. So just grab it again, wait for the icon to show up. Okay. Okay, so that was a bit of an expensive break I had. I missed out on the CLLS. It happened right when I was on my break, right there. So look at that, noon. And it did the pop up and it got up to what, almost $3 before it pulled back. So I was not able to get it because I was on my break. Well, when you say all the scans side by side, I mean, you see, this is a scan here, this is a scan here, single stock window, scan, if you will. Once you've got them, just save it to the cloud like I showed you. Once you have it arranged exactly the way you want it, charts, scans, whatever, docked windows, doesn't matter. This is a docked window right here. Combination of free floating, and just save it as a layout. File, save or share to cloud. Click on entire layout, give it a name, and then save it. Okay. File, save or share to cloud, okay? From our toolbar, file, save or share to cloud. And then you'll have this, click entire layout, give it a name. Whatever name it is, save it. Okay? That's saving it to the cloud. You can also save your layout to your computer. You know, this is saving it to your computer. File, save layout, saves it to your computer. Saving it to the cloud, though, always a good practice because, of course, you can then you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But if I went out and bought a new laptop tomorrow, all I have to do is download the program and then file, load from cloud. And I can load whatever layout I want. No problem. And remember, consult the guide. Also, you might forget anything. You just consult the guide on docking and creating a layout, saving to the cloud, things like that. Just consult the guide. Well, this one's got some room. Look at C Day, November 1 pre-market. So this, yeah, so this release earnings look pretty good. You know, at the beginning, looked pretty good. I mean, it actually went positive, but look at this, look at the sell-off. It's at the low of the day now, C Day. It sounds reasonable. 130 hours is 20 days. Yeah, that sounds. Shoot, Sarepta. This is my big miss of the day. I knew I wanted to follow this all day. It's a $6 run now. Shoot, even more. No, I have no experience with that, Chad. Okay, but that sounds reasonable. You know, this is really interesting to me anyway. Look at the Sarepta, guys. This is Sarepta having a great recovery day. But look at the This is the company that I think, I don't know, manufactures whatever Sarepta does. At least that's how I understood it. And look at what it's doing. He wrote those articles. I don't know if that's just a rehash then, Doc, because he started writing those things years ago about not taking profit or partials years ago. So I don't know if he's just rehashing it. Anyway, it's an interesting read. I don't follow it. That's okay though. As Shady says, whatever works. You're right. Does have earnings after hours today. I'm just kicking myself because I know I told you guys we should watch this one tomorrow. This was yesterday. Watch this tomorrow and see if it has any sort of recovery. The reason I said that is that it had a great recovery during the day. Okay. And then of course it had this massive potential gap to fill. Nobody's saying it's going to get back up to 106, but no, we don't have 10-second charts. I think that's insanity. But anyway, that's, hey, listen, I should never say that. If you can, people, we go down to a minute, Marius. Okay. We go down to 1 minute charts. I know every now and then we get somebody said, how come you don't have 10-second charts? I mean, I guess if you're an absolute scalper, but if you can make a 10-second chart work for you, great. But we don't have 10-second charts, and I can almost guarantee we'll never have 10-second charts. So I don't look at the swing picks at all. So, but I'm assuming it gives you a suggested entry. And so, I mean, if the stock is above the suggested entry, I mean, then it's up to you, I suppose, if you're going to if you're going to still take the trade, depending how far above the suggested entry it is. What you're saying is a buy stop to enter I really can't answer a question like that. I don't use the swing picks. Yeah, there was a suggested entry, and then I think there's a suggested stop. So what you're saying is, let's just say for argument's sake, the suggested entry of this one was $74 SRPT, and it's at 74.89. Would you put a buy stop at 74 at the suggested entry? I'm not 100% sure because, it could be in a total downturn. I would say, depending how far away it is, I would just forget about it. I mean, if the suggested entry on this one was $74 and it was 74.10 or 74.15, depending on the price, yeah, I'd probably say, okay, that's not a big a deal. But if the suggested entry was 10 and the stock was at 11 when you see it, I probably would just take a pass. Waiting for it to come back to 10, I mean, that could be just on its way down, and it could roll right through 10. I probably wouldn't do it. But, that's up to you, of course. So there was an IPO today, but it was terrible. I think it was called, is it PAPL? Yeah, it was PAPL. There was an IPO today, Pineapple Financial, Canadian one. Minute it said Canada, even though I am Canadian, but I said, probably he's going to be doing nothing. IPO at $4, and it's way, you know, way below percentage wise of its IPO price. So there's no, but this is what I do. Okay, I'll go over this again. I do this maybe once a week, once every couple of weeks. This is how I think is a better way rather than having a so-called IPO alert. And this is what I do. Let me bring up my IPO calendar. So I can share this link. This is the IPO link. I mean, there are many, there are others out there, okay, obviously, but this is what I use. Oh, if you go to the calendar, so you can see that this one did open today, okay? It was priced. So the ones that are priced in theory are supposed to open. But let's take this is this is a SPAC, so I don't care about SPACs, but here's one, okay? Now, 9 million shares, that's not bad, but this is what I do. So here's one called Lexeo Therapeutics. Here are the names behind it, some big names, JP Morgan, RBC, etc. Okay, so this is what I do. Let me shrink this up a bit. So I'll put LXEO, the chart. Just a moment, please. LXEO, just a moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. I had a relatively important phone call. Sorry, relatively important phone call to. I didn't have a chance to put myself on mute. Anyway, where was I? I was talking about IPOs. Okay, sorry about that. So, so this is what I do. So LXEO, it may come today. It may come on Friday. I mean, it's scheduled to be on Friday. It may not happen, but what I do is I'll right click and create a price alert. I'll put $1 in the notes section. I will put 9 million shares. 9 million shares. Supposed to come out between 13 and 15. And I'll put JP Morgan, so we know there's a pretty big name behind it. The other thing I normally do is where it's from. My guess is this is not from China. The China ones are usually the more exciting ones. And then I just save it. Okay. So what happens is when I save it, it is in my price alerts window right at the bottom here. So when and if this starts to trade, I'll know about it because it'll pop right to the top of my list. But more importantly for me is I'll know what the structure is. 9 million between 13 and 15. I'll see who's behind it. And also if it were a China stock, I would put China or Singapore, something outside of the States. So when I get the alert, I'll have a great idea about what it's all about. And so for instance, some of these really cheap ones, they're only releasing 1 million shares. The price is between 4 and 5. If it were China, I would put China. When it starts to trade, if it's above the IPO price, say $6 or $7, then we know there's some enthusiasm. Otherwise, I wouldn't really know. If I don't put this here, I will have no reference, and I'll have to sort of rack my brain. I wonder what the IPO price was. I wonder how many shares he issued. I wonder, is this China or US or something else? That's why I would not really want to have an IPO type calendar. I would or alert like that. I would rather do it myself on the weekend. You just go through the list. This one could be really interesting. Look at that, 2.3 between 4 and 5. Maxim has a reputation for these cheap ones. Check to see where it's out of. It's out of Singapore. Perfect. Okay, so I definitely want to put this one here. So I'm just going to do one more, but you can do the same. Now, if you don't like that, I mean, that's fine. I'm not going to take offense. But so now I'll just right click, create the price alert, put $1 because it's going to open more than $1. Now in my notes section, 2.3 million between 4 and 5. I'll put Maxim because they sort of specialize in these ones, and I'll put Singapore. Okay, so if and when it opens on Friday, I'll know. I won't have to try to remember how many shares, what was the IPO price, where is it out of? Now I save it. So that's what I would do. Okay, makes sense, Coffee? Yes. I can put the link for the trial, sure. Hey guys, I've got another phone call here, so if I think it's an important one, so I'm putting myself on mute. Okay. Okay, guys. I have to do a video pretty soon. Yes, there is. Yes. That template. Yes. What about it? You can add any column you want. Well, I did build it. All you have to do. Okay, I mean, if you created an alert window from scratch, then you just add in the column headers. Okay? But but you could just take this and you can go to the configure, I'm sorry, and your columns, and you could just get rid of columns you don't want and add the columns you want. Okay? But I mean, if you wanted to create it completely from scratch, no reason to do it though. You could just take this and whatever columns you don't want that I've got here, or you can add the columns that you do want. You remember you can click on more and then every single column or every filter is here. Okay. So you don't like, I just did this because, I try to add a lot in here because, I don't know what people want to see, but these are just filter columns. That's all they are. So whatever you don't want, you can just click on it, right click it over. So it disappears. And if there's some filter that you do want, you just do the same thing, find it and left click it over. Yeah. So if you just want to, as you say, economize it, then just get rid of some of these column headers. Well, you're not saving the filters. You're not saving anything. You're just saving, it's blank. All you're doing is putting a single stock window in there. You're not putting any filters at all. The filters are just the column headers because you just want to see what those values are. The only thing you use this for is in the configure. You see, I've got nothing. The only alert I just got a new high alert. That's it. Okay, now that's the alert I'm using. You could use a 5 minute high or whatever real time alert you want, but that's it. And then all I want to do is in the symbol list is I put whatever stock I want to check to see what were the values that happened. Okay. I don't do this anymore. Okay. So, you know, this is just, I don't build scans like this anymore. I created this a long time ago. I thought it was better than the stocks stocks you like or whatever it's called on our website where it's every 5 minutes. And I just thought this gave it a little more customization. Plus it's every second but I don't use it anymore. But I keep it just in case people who are interested in trying to, build a scan based on something that happened in the past, they can do it. That's all. But I don't do it anymore. Okay, guys, I must do a video. So let me get the announcement in. 138. So let's say 148. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. Well, there's really no place to put a code in. I mean, Brian, I mean, it's $11.11. I mean, you'd get what, a dollar off, I guess. I'm not sure. I don't even know if there's a place to put a code in. The code is just the code is only for taking out a subscription. But if you use that link that I've got, if you use that link I've got, the room will get credit. You don't have to put a code in though, if that makes sense. Hey guys, I have to do my video, so I'm going to put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. I appreciate that, Brian. The big credit though will be if, in fact, at some point you do take out a subscription. Okay, that will be the credit, not so much on the for the test drive, but at some point in the future, if you do decide to take out a subscription and use my promo code, that's where the credit and the room, or the credit for the room, will come into play. Okay. 2 o'clock, Jay. Always 2 o'clock. So yeah, FOMC in 15 minutes or so, and then so we'll get some excitement right around there. I'll put a 1 minute SPY chart up, and then we'll get some excitement also at around probably about 2:33 or so. He'll start talking. Has a presser at 2:30, so maybe right at 2:30. But then there are questions afterwards, so all depends on what he says. Is this real? Let me pinch myself. Yep, I'm real, Dakota. I am real. Well, you're in luck, Dakota, because we are going to have what's called a test drive. Okay, so let me just put this link in which you can try us out for 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. Just put this link in. It actually starts on Monday, so not that far away. If you click on this test drive link, this is what you're going to see. I'll explain. I mean, you don't have to. I'll explain a little bit about the program, but I mean, this is what it will cost you. It starts on November 6th, which is Monday. It runs through the 20th, so that is 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11 to try us out. Okay. If you sign up right now, basically what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You will have access to the program though, but an hour after the market closes on Friday, and then you can play around with it Friday, balance of Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday. So you have at least some knowledge about what the program is all about. Okay. So that's the test drive. And when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We don't put you into a subscription. So that's number one. Not really. You have to have some trading experience, Dakota. This is not something that, you just, you look at, I mean, these are my scans. Okay. These are scans. These are stocks that I want to see based on filters that okay. For instance, here, momentum. This is an easy one to explain, I think. So this is what I call a momentum scan. So this is what you can do within Trade Ideas. So I built this scan. So if stocks are between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. So there's some abnormality. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes is 400% of normal. These are what we call the screeners or the filters. Okay, because obviously, there's 10,000 stocks out there. If I just said, "Well, show me all stocks making a new high of the day," you'd be inundated. So the whole idea is then to create a bunch of filters to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So that's what this is doing. So if all these values are met in this particular on these filters and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last one that happened in this scan was at 141. It's 149 right now. So at 141 Eastern time, NCA made a new high for the day at 842. It met all these filter requirements. Since then, nothing has happened. Okay, as an example. So now, does it mean that you just take this, just because it meets my filter requirements, that I absolutely take the trade? No. I mean, you have to have some trading experience. What am I looking at? What's the market doing? Um, so what I would do if you are, if are you brand new to trading? Are you brand new to trading? But I mean, do you have confidence about, when you look at a chart, you know what you're looking at? See, because what I would do then, and you can do this right now, this is free, is I would take a look at this series of videos, okay? And you don't have to maybe start right from the very beginning where it says like, what is a stock? But if you click on that link, and this Trading 101, this is a series of videos and it starts off, very, very basic. First video is what is a stock? But you can kind of go through them, pick and choose maybe the videos that you might like to take a look at. There's some on support and resistance, candlestick patterns, this and that, because you have to have a bit of knowledge. I mean, Trade Ideas is a tool, okay? It's not, well, even if you build what you consider the best scan or take my scans, because I'm sharing my scans, these are some of the scans that I am sharing. So you don't have to build any scan from scratch. But just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. You have to know what, I want to see it. I want to see the symbol. So I click on it and then I make up my mind based on what I see on a chart. Okay. So I want to give you the idea that, with Trade Ideas, all you have to do is trade every single symbol that you see. But you can always, you can come in during the test drive. This room is like this Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern. And then actually another person extends it to about 4 o'clock. I won't be on the mic and you won't see my screen, but you guys can still talk amongst yourselves. But myself, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern time, live and on the mic. So, you can kind of come in and ask questions. But, you have the capabilities of creating your own scans based on what you like to see. So if you've been trading for a while, then you can create your own scans. I mean, we have I don't want to overwhelm you here, but we've got all these different real-time alerts right at the top here, new highs and new lows of the day. We have a lot of different real-time alerts. The reason why we have so many is that there are all sorts of different trading styles. So you don't have to learn all these, okay? You might see something, that might be interesting to use as a real-time alert. And then these are all the filters that we have. Again, you don't have to learn them all, but we have to have enough of them because figured most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build a scan. So the idea was to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But don't think, my goodness, I can't learn this program. I have to learn all these different alerts and filters. No, 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 no. But you're in an active trading room also, okay? So I don't know if you're into, what your style of trading is or what you'd like it to be. Can you sit in front of a computer all day long? Are you just in for, if you're in the West Coast, the first hour, and then you go off to work, or you're more interested in, taking one or two trades a week? I don't know what your trading style is. The baseline price for most people to use would be, I think, $111 a month. Okay. We have a premium service that's about double that. But I think for most people, 100, I should know what it is, but yeah, on a monthly basis, $118 a month. Okay. You can take on an annual, which would reduce that to about $84 a month on an annual basis, but you've got to pay up front. Okay. But my advice to most people is to start off with a monthly. And if you like it enough and you've got the cash hanging around and you want to reduce your per month cost, you could always take out an annual. But most people, I think most of our subscribers probably go just month to month, and that's fine. What this site is not is my telling you what to buy or sell. Okay, I don't gonna say, okay, Dakota, you should take this trade right here at 836, and if it moves up to 852, you should sell half, and then it gets up to another level, you should sell more. And but if it gets down to this level, you should get out. That's not what this room is. I am not a financial advisor. What I do is I'll point out, I'll say things like, well, I like it. I like this. I like this one. Say, I'll make this up at 840. Okay. If it gets up to the high of the day, I'm very interested in it. If you are looking at that and going, yeah, that meets my trading style, sure. Okay. If not, then you pass. All right, guys, we are now within 3 minutes of, let me get the big SPY chart up within 3 minutes of FOMC. And again, we will see some fireworks. I mean, even though nobody expects to be raising interest rates. Okay, so I'm just going to put a 1 minute SPY chart up, and you'll see that at 2 minutes, I'm sorry, in about 2 minutes, this will start to, and we might see some giant red candles, some giant green candles. Usually it takes about 5 minutes to determine the actual direction. And then at 2:30 is the presser with Mr. Powell, and he'll talk, and then reporter people will ask him questions, and that could affect the market also. So if you're in a stock like a Meta, the large cap stocks that more or less follow the market or make the market, just be careful because you could get whipped out of your position. And again, I'll just keep this up. Usually keep it up for about 5 minutes. So we're now a little over a minute. Now, if they come out and say in the minutes that we're going to raise interest rates, this you're going to see the most gigantic red candle ever. But nobody is expecting that, and especially when the job numbers came out and they weren't. I know it's the inverse, not good, so the market popped. Market wants to see a lot of people out of work. All right, guys, we've got about 15 seconds from now. Four, three, two, and one. But again, guys, remember that first move is not necessarily the ultimate move. Wow, look at the I'm sorry, the VWAP. The VWAP's different. So again, the 200-day moving average is 423, still below the 200-day moving average. So I'm sure they said no interest rate hike. I'm sure they must have said that. But then they start saying things like, or in the minutes, but certainly at 2:30. But you know what? We still got to get inflation under control. No guarantee we won't raise interest rates next month. All those sorts of things. So there's the VWAP for 2016. That purple line is the VWAP. See there. Okay, again, guys, that first move is not necessarily the main move. Always entertaining. The first, again, I usually keep this up for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we usually have the direction. But then at 2:30, the same thing can happen. In fact, sometimes at 2:30, when the actual presser happens, it can be even way more dramatic because then he talks, okay, and his tone of voice and what he says. All right, guys. So 3 minutes in. And Shaw, that's perfectly, yeah. I mean, in our YouTube room, I don't think I ever took a trade from me. I mean, the things that I see, I'm afraid to take a high of the day. I'm more of a pullback trader, and that's fine. My thing about how you can use this is that at least what you're finding here, these are abnormal. These are stocks are trading abnormally. So as I've said before, if you don't want to take a stock near the high of the day, then you can either use these symbols though and put some price alerts, maybe at a VWAP or at a moving average, like you say you like Steve's 10 SMA. You can put a price alert around there and see if it pulls back there. These are, I think these are good to see because they're trading abnormally. You still want to have something trading abnormally, even if you're going to trade on a pullback, in my opinion, anyway. All right, guys, we got about 30 seconds, and I'll get rid of this and get back to our regularly scheduled program. Yeah, it looks like a non-event, really. Yeah, you can see. Look at the 15-minute chart. Big topping tail, a bottoming tail. But basically, the price is holding where it started. But you never know at 2:30. You never know what can come out of his mouth. Okay. I mean, I guarantee he's going to say things like, well, we still have to get inflation under control. We're going to do everything we can to get inflation under control. And if that means, raising interest rates, we will do it. Market won't like to hear that. I'm sure he could say something like that. Anyway, We won't know until 2:30. So, okay, first event, really nothing happened. Okay, guys, let's see. Interesting. This is not an earnings play. GVA is not an earnings play. It's construction too. Hmm. It was an earnings play yesterday. Okay, there you go. So GVA was an earnings play yesterday, and look at the reaction. And then, this is what I call, this is what we sometimes talk about, a second day continuation after earnings. And how good was this? Yesterday it got through the 200-day moving average, and then today just a second day continuation after earnings. So there could be a strategy for you. Some stock, especially when we are in earnings season. Make a list of the stocks that closed well on earnings and see if they carry forward tomorrow, the next day. Simple enough to do. You just have something like this, with your own filters, of course, in place, maybe a price range that you like, and see what happens to these stocks at the end of the day and see if they close near the highs. And then you can create a symbol list with those stocks in it and follow it the next day and just see, was there a second day continuation? And that works great during earnings season. When we've got thousands of companies releasing earnings over a 3 week to 4 week period. Boy, tail to, I mean, look at this SRPT. I mean, SRPT's had the great run today, whereas CTLT still is moving down. And again, if I can remember, CTLT kind of makes, I think, is the manufacturer, the drug that SRPT has. I mean, SRPT is still down a lot. I had the big move down yesterday, but it's trying to come back, whereas CTLT, not even close. Had the down day yesterday, and now it's continuing down, coming into the low of yesterday. Look at that low yesterday was around 31.84. This did not show up on the option scanner because contracts were fine, 2,200 contracts, but the option volume today is only 136%. Remember, one of my filters here has to be at least 150%. So in other words, has to be trading at least 1.5 times normal in terms of the number of contracts. Buying Jets calls, Taurus is okay in my best Yoda impression. Um, well, yeah, you guys go crazier for Thanksgiving, don't you? You guys, meaning you Americans, go crazy around Thanksgiving. That I think that is your biggest travel period, I believe. Whereas in Canada, it's Christmas. All right, guys. So are there any questions? I'm just going to get up for a bit, just stretch my legs. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So remember what I was saying. You see the same stock in the 10-day daily breakout or down and in the abnormal option activity, really pay attention. So, I mean, there's the VFC in both of them. Earlier in the 10-day daily breakdown at 1443. And then where was it here? I know I saw it at 1055. So A little later, 1359, but both, both would have been good. The reason I don't take these is too early for me. But, some of you don't mind taking trades earlier than I do. I don't like to take a trade in the first 15 minutes, even though this was an all-time low. I almost broke. That's the only time I usually do it. And look at it. Now this UNM, man, has that ever? I mean, this was another excellent one from from the abnormal option activity. I mean, look at this. 11:43. That was the time of the alert. 44.17, 42.21 right now, almost a $2 move. They're not all going to be winners, of course, but they are ideas. To be honest, I'm finding more. I don't even care what the market's doing. I mean, the market's been up most of the day. I find most of the winners are on the short side. I'm not just talking today, I'm just talking in general. When bad news hits, it's really, it drives the stock down more than when the stock has good news. Sure, it goes up. But I think when bad news hits, it affects the stock more than good news. And this is an all-time low. VFC again had earnings yesterday. Again, here's second day continuation of earnings on the downside. It might have a little run at the end of the day is this Sarepta, guys. I mean, it's hanging around this 75 level really quite well. You can just sort of see the sellers have been trying to move it down, these little bottoming tails there, but it's been kind of holding 75 pretty well. Didn't really do anything, when the FOMC came out. Now, this does have earnings after hours. So if you were going to do this one, I never, ever, ever, and say ever 1,000 times, I never hold anything through earnings. But always bear in mind, I mean, it was down yesterday in a big way. There we go. Just hit my little target here, my price alert, not a target, just a price alert. What is my take on ARC-B? Okay, let's take a look at ARC-B. Question from our YouTube room. What is my take on ARC-B? I don't know this one at all, but let's take a look at it. ArcBest. Well, I mean, it's certainly at the high of its lifetime, not at the high, but it's in the upper end of its lifetime high. I guess the lifetime high is up here, right? 123. This is not quite a red bar ignored. It's above yesterday's high, October 27th earnings. So I guess it was here. I'm sorry, here. So this was the reaction to earnings right here 2 days ago. Good. I mean, it still looks pretty good. I mean, if you look left, the next high looking left is 129, 112.39. So I mean, it's kind of right there. If it broke through that though, then you've got room to 118.17. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's been strong since earnings. I mean, it had a little bit of a down day yesterday, but not much. Doesn't trade very much. I mean, 190,000 shares, that's normal. That's basically normal. It had obviously its big day was day of earnings, 1.3 million shares. But since then, the volume has just dried up. All right, guys. So in about 7 minutes and 10 seconds, we will get the second round of whatever might happen with the presser. I'll put the SPY chart up again. DuPont. Wow. Look at this one. Earnings play, guys, not good at all. So the next low looking left on the weekly chart is fairly close, 66.57 or so, 66.50. Your first job was at a subsidiary, okay? Logistics company. Now, when you say now at major resistance, why did you say major resistance, AJ? Just out of curiosity. Typically, if somebody says major resistance, I would have been looking left and saying maybe a whole bunch of, candles right above the current price, but that's not what I see. I'm not saying to take it, but I don't see major resistance. I mean, looking left and seeing one day, I mean, that's always going to stop me from taking a trade. But this certainly to me is not major resistance. Just wondering, curious what you meant by that. Oh, this Sarepta guys, SRPT on the move. Could even be watched tomorrow. I mean, this has still got obviously a lot of room. $107 is where it came from 2 days ago. Not saying it's ever going to get back up there, but this has rallied really. I mean, this has rallied $20 off the bottom yesterday, and maybe even more. This doesn't count the pre-market. I mean, the pre-market may have been lower than 55. I don't know. Instead of guessing, let's see. Yeah, the pre-market low was about 55, so that's about the same yesterday. So from the pre-market, from well, not even just the pre-market. So we're the low of yesterday, not including the pre-market, but it's about the same. $55, $20 pop and counting. And look at this candle right there. Look at that candle. I mean, this is really getting it going. Good volume coming in. So for instance, Shaw, this is what I look at, okay? Yes, I don't call this chasing though. I mean, this to me is like a break. You've got a lot of pretty decent consolidation for an hour at a certain level, 75.28, and then it broke above that. So I don't call that I don't call that chasing highs so much as just a kind of a break at a consolidation, making a new high of the day. Certainly not trying to convince you to trade the way I do, but I think people might get the wrong idea that I just chase a high no matter as long as it makes a new high, I'm in. No. And this is funny because this is well turning into. We still have another 50 seconds for this to close, but I mean this kind of chopped around quite a bit for a good solid hour and 15 minutes. And all of a sudden, boom. All right. Speaking of which, we have another little over 30 seconds. So let me get my SPY chart out up again and see what happens. A 1 minute time frame. All right, see what happens now that there's going to be a presser. Now, typically, it starts at 2:30, but I wouldn't expect right at 2:30 anything, but okay. All right, guys, just kind of waiting to see if there's any sort of reaction. All right. Aha, now we get a reaction. What is he saying? Inflation is over? It's all over, guys. Inflation's all over. I'm kidding, of course, but let's be saying something. Of course, believe me, in the next breath, it could turn into a giant red candle. Yeah, that's what I figured they'd say. Not ruling, until we get inflation under control, we cannot rule out the possibility of another rate increase before the end of the year. And I'm sure he's saying something like that. However, I guess there'll only be two more of these, right? This is interesting. I mean, this is either late or early. I guess it's late. Usually around the third week of the month that they have the FOMC. So this is November 1st. So I don't know. Does that mean I know there's a calendar out there. When is the next one? Okay, guys. Well, obviously the reaction still is pretty positive market wise. All right. Well, unless he comes up with anything earth shattering, I guess I'll just get rid of this now. Western Digital, WDC, showing up late, probably as a result of whatever he's saying. This was an earnings play 2 days ago. Yeah, so 2 days ago. So it had the pop up, but it did sell off. It was still up for the day, but yesterday actually sold off quite a bit. The 200-day held the 200-day today, came down into it, held it, moving off it. Okay, guys, so now I have about 25 minutes left for me, and I'll just one last time go over my homepage and the test drive link. Okay, if you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. So again, the test drive starts on Monday. Today is Wednesday. Starts on Monday. Goes for 2 weeks, 10 trading days until the 20th. You will have access to the program though about an hour after the market closes on Friday, this coming Friday. So you can practice, take a look at the program, the balance of Friday plus Saturday and Sunday. Okay. It'll cost you $11.11. And this is the 10-day period. If you can only start on the 7th, as an example, you're only going to get 9 days. Okay. It's not 10 days from whenever you start. You'll have access to the premium service, except there'll be no auto trading allowed. Okay. No auto trading. If you're a standard subscriber right now and you would like to take a look at our AI or any of the other premium features during that time, you can do so. It will cost you $11.11. And again, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. We don't put you into a subscription. There'll be a nice promo code after the test drive is over. If you do want to take on a subscription, then you can do so, but we do not automatically put you into a subscription. That's a common question. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, if you want to take out a subscription right now, oh man, it hasn't changed yet. I don't know the gentleman who looks after my homepage. So you've got to use Barry 15. Okay, Barry 25 will not work. It has to be Barry 15. You'll only get 15% off. Okay, it's expired today. So if you do want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will help immensely to keep this room free. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription or you're going to take the test drive, do the get started. Spend at least 30 minutes, run you through your download and install, your first startup and login. They'll explain what the toolbar is all about. I would not look at dock layouts. I mean, most of our customers don't do that. So I don't know why it's there. Okay. But introduction to scans and top lists and alert windows and charts. Okay. Take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. And if you're new to trading, this is another free series of videos that we've got, Trading 101. Really recommend you take a look at that. I do a stock of the day video. That's free, of course. And the trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Somebody said it did trigger. The trigger price was, what's the symbol again? Is it WFRD or something like that? Okay, so the trigger was $95, and if you trade it, it's up to you how you're going to trade it, but it did trigger today. When you get the email, it'll tell you what the suggested entry is and where your stop could be. These are designed more for swing trading. Now you can see on Monday it came out, and on Monday and Tuesday it did not hit $95. So it was a non-event. But today it did hit $95. So again, how you trade it will be up to you, if you trade it at all. And then here are my scans. So yes, if you take the test drive, I'll be sharing all my scans. Well, this is almost the short of the day, guys, that I'm not in. VFC. I mean, look at this. Nice move down. Little bit of consolidation here. A little bit of jumpiness, but not much. And then another nice move down. So guys, I have about 20 minutes left. So if you have any questions, please ask them now. And I'll always say later if there are questions. but typically I will shut down myself at 3 o'clock. The room will be open until 4 or 4:15. 4:15, William, or are you going to stop at 4? Okay, 4:15. Okay. I know you said yesterday that you're not getting a lot of interaction between 4 and 4:15, but okay, it's up to you, of course. Aha. So this pay C, guys, at the low of the day, at least 9 firms downgraded this one. Still an almost 40%. This is an earnings play, pay C, very jumpy all day long until really 115, where it's been kind of steady down. Oh man, I've got to almost break my finger so I don't hit that submit button on a cell. I will not chase it. See, this is one I won't chase. Okay, I'm not going to chase it. I Wow, look at AI. Somebody said, "What the heck happened to AI?" Look at AI. Wow, this is a big, big, big level for AI, guys. Look at all the action on the weekly chart for AI. Takes that out. The next low underneath is $20. Once again, Powell comes through. Yes, I know what you mean. I'll just put a 1 minute chart up. Yeah, there was your 230. Looked pretty good, and then he must have started saying, "But we got to get inflation under control. Not satisfied unless it's 2%, et cetera, et cetera." Sure, and saying all those things. Well, Shady is short Monster MNST, so I'm sure it's probably with the market. This one probably trades a lot like the market. Big large cap stock, MNST, huge cap, so probably trading with the market. Remember, I was saying, man, what's happened to my abnormal option activity scanner at the beginning? Normally, we have a few, in the first 10, 15 minutes. First one we didn't get until 10:04, and then look after that. Oh, man. Emails, guys. Nice. Wash that guy's mouth out with soap. All right, guys. Well, UNM again, VFC continue. I know it's a broken record for me all day long. And this is the other one, SSRM, another fabulous short that I didn't take. I really don't have a big excuse for this one for the SSRM because 10:04 was late enough. I don't know what I was doing. Must have been distracted or something. Well, I think even well on my chart anyway, my LRC, SSRM, right at the very top, right at the very beginning of the day, breaking down through it and just continued all day. SSRM also. Slab I know was an earnings play. Let's take a look and see if it's showing up on my LRC. At the bottom. Well, guys, BFRI, how may be interesting. This could be. I mean, the next high looking left is 824. Now, okay, not very much volume. Boy, this does not trade very much. 3 times normal volume, and that's 44,000. Why do prices always have a hard time breaking long wick candlesticks? No idea. I mean, to me, it's just whether it's a long wick candlestick or a short wick candlestick or a no wick candlestick, I always look left, and it's uncanny. Doesn't matter. I don't know if you're referring to any specific one or not, but I really don't have any idea. That next high looking left, whether it's a long wick, a short wick, or no wick, I mean, it just seems to stall a lot, not forever, but a lot of times that's exactly what I see. That's why I'm always looking left. And if I'm looking left, I'm not the only person in the world doing the same thing, looking left to see where the next high is. Okay. And so if I'm doing that, I'm sure there are other people doing that, other traders, thousands of traders, perhaps millions of traders. I don't know. And so it almost becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. As it gets closer, people sell. Okay, guys, getting close to the end here. Another 5 minutes or so. William, did you say the next one was in January? The next FOMC was in January? I thought I saw somebody put something about January. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a big sell-off. No, yeah, Marty. I mean, the question is, I mean, look like we're stabilizing a bit, so it's all built in now. December 13th, right here, December 13th. So November 1 and then December 13th. So we have a month and a half before the next one. Yeah, I don't know what you mean either in terms of long, depending what you mean by trading them. So look at RJNX, guys. Actually, this is a daily reversal. I haven't talked too much about the daily reversals. This is a daily reversal. This is a stock that was hit hard yesterday, coming back today over yesterday's high. Next high looking left is 1486. Well, it's got some room. It was an earnings, not it was not an earnings play. I don't remember what happened. I can't remember why this went down yesterday, but doesn't appear to be an earnings play yesterday. $35 price target by Stifel. Whipping. Maybe I'm whipping. I don't use the term weeping. Perhaps I'm not enunciating. I say sometimes the market is whipping around, not weeping around. And that's, when I refer to a stock that's moving up and down, tough to, get any defined trend. It's sort of whipping around. That's probably what you've been hearing me say. Really has nothing to do with the, I mean, when you look at topping tails and then bottoming tails, sure. But it's, yeah, I mean, I usually shy away from trying to trade anything like that. When you got bottoming tails and topping tails, there's sort of direction unknown. Ah oui, je fais de mon mieux de parler français. Look at this market now, guys. All right, guys. Well, the market's putting in a late day surge, so all's good. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap this up now. Thanks again for all the help today. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So have a great evening. And I'm going to put myself on mute now. I'll get rid of the screen sharing. William will keep the room open until 4:15. So we'll see you tomorrow. And for the YouTubers, I will put the main room link so you can head over and listen to, or not listen, no, nobody's on the mic, but you can still talk amongst other traders. Okay, so there's a trading room link, guys. Those of you who are in YouTube, okay, there's a trading room link. And now I shall hmm. There you are. Okay. Okay, shutting down YouTube now.